I grew up in a small town in Texas, and in the 18 years I spent there, only two significant things happened. The first, and perhaps the best, is that I was born. I know you're all warmly welcomed, but the second, and perhaps the worst thing that ever happened to our town, was when Kevin Mendoza set his garage on fire. Or rather, perhaps what Kevin did was the worst thing that ever happened to our town. And if that doesn't make sense, bear with me for a moment. Everything will become clear over the next few paragraphs. So, it was a Sunday evening, and I was in the first year of high school at the time. So I was still at the age where my friends and I would be out on our bikes in the afternoon, you know. Pure, healthy entertainment. We were out when we saw another boy from our class speeding down the street. We stopped to greet him, and between his breaths, he told us, "My God, guys, the Mendoza's garage is on fire. Come and see." So we raced down the street to follow the boy from our class until we came upon this infernal blaze that had once been the Mendoza family's garage. But just as we arrived, we were immediately told by the police and firefighters to keep our distance. We thought we were already at a safe distance, so we were a bit confused, but we did as we were told. Only then did we start hearing all these popping noises and bangs coming from the garage, and the firefighters who were trying to extinguish the flames suddenly ran away to take cover. I had no idea what was causing these small explosions, but if they scared the police and firefighters, I thought I should be scared too. In fact, I thought the Mendoza's house was going to explode or something, and so did my friends. So we quickly took off, got on our bikes, and told our parents when we got home. The next morning, all the kids at school were talking about the fire, mainly because Kevin Mendoza hadn't shown up in any of his classes. Some kids spread rumors that they had seen paramedics loading him into an ambulance, and that he was so badly burned that he was just a smoldering pile of ash. Others said that he and his parents had moved in with relatives because the fire had practically made their house uninhabitable, which was the story I believed, because I thought there would be real confirmation if someone had died. But then, the next morning, there was confirmation. The news reports said that the firefighters had recovered a body from the burned-out garage, while the surviving family members were staying with relatives and had asked the media to give them space. So on Tuesday, we learned that someone had died, but we had no idea who exactly. The Mendozas had 3 generations living in that house, and Kevin was one of 4 children. Many more rumors emerged, and it wasn't until the next day when our principal called us all to a special assembly that we really got concrete answers. I remember how the whole school came into the gymnasium, where the county sheriff and a handful of deputies stood in front of the bleachers, each with a very serious expression on their face. When we were all seated, the principal announced that the county sheriff had something important to say, and when he stepped forward and took off his hat, you could have heard a pin drop. We knew it would be something about the Mendoza family, but exactly what I could never have guessed. I won't pretend to remember every single word. This was almost 20 years ago, but here's basically what he said. "Folks, you've all heard about the fire at the Mendoza's house, and I'm sure you've all heard about the tragic loss of life. Well, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but your classmate Kevin has died." There was a kind of collective gasp in the gym, and the sheriff paused for a moment before continuing. "We are still trying to find out how the fire started, so we invite anyone who has information about Kevin to come forward. You don't have to do it now. You can call my office whenever you want, and we can have a more discreet conversation. Please, if you know anything about strange or unusual behavior from Kevin in the days before the fire, please let us know." That was the first hint that something was really not right. I suppose they wanted to handle everything carefully, and I completely understand why they wanted to protect us from what they already knew. The initial reaction was total shock and pain. The kids were horrified that one of their own had died in such a terrible way, but if the police had told us what they had really found in there, I don't think people would have been so sad, more like angry. It took 2 more days for the truth to come out, and by that time, the town had decided to leave the responsibility to our parents. There was a town meeting, I remember, because my parents had asked me to do my homework before they got back, and all I had done was play Tetris for 2 hours. When they came home, I thought they'd be mad that I hadn't even started on all the things I had to do, but they weren't angry. They had these strange, sad but intense expressions on their faces, just like when my grandfather had suddenly died. They sat me down in the living room and asked me how well I knew Kevin. I told them not much, that I had Spanish class with him but that we never talked. Then they started asking me a bunch of other questions, whether Kevin was mad at me, whether I liked him, stuff like that. In the end, I told them directly that it was obvious they knew something about Kevin, and that I'd rather hear it from them that if he had taken his own life or something. I was old enough to handle the truth. It turned out I wasn't old enough to handle the truth. Kevin hadn't taken his own life. He had accidentally blown himself up while trying to build a bomb. Apparently, he wanted to test his method by building a test model, but while assembling it, he somehow ignited it and created enough force to kill him before setting his garage on fire. At first, it seemed like he could just be a pyromaniac, like someone who plays with fire and he was playing with an accelerant or something. That's why it took a couple of days for the police to be sure what had happened. They had to search the burned-out garage and go through Kevin's things to try to understand why he had done it. The police then found a diary that Kevin had kept in which he had basically laid out his plan to build a bomb and place it under the church on a Sunday morning when it was filled with families. The police wouldn't say exactly what else was in the diary, only that it was very disturbing reading and that there were several references to the Columbine massacre last year. Mom cried at the end of the conversation, and Dad was more shocked than I'd ever seen him. This boy had wanted to kill almost the entire town, and let me tell you, if he had attacked the church around the next service for Veterans Day, he would have killed 90% of the people in our town with a single devastating explosion. And the best explanation I got was that the boy wanted to hurt people or that he wasn't well. No one had bullied him or given him trouble. He was just troubled, I guess. But I thank God that he wasn't smarter and that he didn't like to do a little research or be a little more careful, because if he had, he could have wiped our entire town off the map. What I'm about to tell you is the darkest secret I know. I come from a small town in the Midwest, and in this town there's a pretty chapel. Behind this pretty chapel, there's a small memorial for a family of 4 who were murdered by mysterious travelers who were never caught. They were all at home one evening when hell broke loose, and then the whole family was killed while they slept. Mom, Dad, son, and daughter all killed within just a few minutes, one after the other. As you can probably imagine, the murders absolutely shook our little town. I was only in elementary school when it happened, but I still remember the vigil, the funeral, and the ceremony surrounding the unveiling of the memorial at the chapel. It was a completely random and avoidable tragedy, an act of malice inflicted upon us by some dark external evil. Only, that's not what really happened. What really happened is like an open secret, something we all know but no one says out loud. It's as if we have to, because we need to protect our community at least. That's what I was told, but I'm not sure how lying about it really helps us. It's just a veneer, a false facade of small-town tranquility. What's the point in pretending we're a quiet and happy town when the reality is far from it? Well, I think I've kept you waiting long enough, so I'll just get to the point. On the night in question, the family had dinner, watched some TV, and sometime after 9 p.m., the parents put their children to bed. The father usually stayed up with a glass of whiskey after Mom and the kids had gone to bed. He would watch recaps of football or baseball games, watch some late-night shows, typical dad stuff. But that night, he never got up from the sofa. The official story was that the family was murdered in their sleep, And technically that's true. But it's always portrayed as if they were all sleeping peacefully in their beds when they were killed, but that's not true. A few hours before they were murdered, the family had dinner. I don't know exactly what they added, chicken with tomato sauce or whatever, but I know what they had for dessert because the family's 9-year-old daughter had made everyone a bit of strawberry pudding with cream. As I imagine it, it was probably not the best dessert they ever had. If my child shows interest in cooking, baking, or really anything, I would pretend enthusiasm and clean my plate. What does it matter if the ratio of powder to milk was a bit off, or if they used a bunch of extra sugar when there was already enough in it? Only, the reason it was strange is because the 9-year-old girl had put a bunch of maximum strength NyQuil into the pudding mix. I don't know exactly how much she put in there or how much the parents and brother ate, but it was enough to make them almost unconscious so the girl could carry out her plan. You see, the reason they never caught the mysterious wandering murderer who had come in and randomly murdered the family is because he never existed. After her family had completely lost consciousness, the girl went into the kitchen and took a large knife from the drawer or knife block. Then she entered the living room, where her father was sleeping on the sofa, and did the worst thing no one could have imagined. Then she went upstairs and did the same to her mother and brother, attacking them in their beds. All this happened on a Friday night, by the way, and no one even suspected that something had happened until Sunday morning when the family didn't come to church. But even then, they could have had their reasons for not going. They could have been out of town visiting relatives, maybe taken a spontaneous vacation. Besides, this is the kind of town where everyone knows each other's business but also knows enough not to interfere in each other's affairs, if that makes sense. The point is, no one visited this family's house until it was Monday afternoon, about 50 hours after the incidents. The children hadn't gone to school, the parents hadn't gone to work, and as far as I know, the police basically spent the morning trying to figure out what happened until they realized that the whole family was missing. Of course, the first place they had to check was the house itself, so a couple of deputy sheriffs came by to see how they were doing. What they found is hotly debated among the residents of our town, and depending on whom you ask, one of 3 things happened. The first possibility is that the girl, at the age of 9, took her own life after realizing how bad what she had done was. The whole matter was then covered up just to avoid any painful media attention that such a case could receive. That's the simplest explanation, and I know that Occam's razor tells us that's the one we should believe, but I don't think that's what happened. I understand why people might want to cover it up, that something terrible like that becoming public knowledge would tear apart a small town like ours. But terrible crimes like these happen more often than we'd like to admit, and the news always comes to light. So what was so terrible about these incidents, 7 worse than they already were, that people really kept quiet about them? That's the question I ask myself. Well, I think I've talked long enough about what really happened, so I'll just get to the point. The 2 alternative theories about what might have happened are quite disturbing, and depending on whom you ask, one of them is the true one. The first alternative theory states that when the police entered, the girl pretended to be the only survivor and tricked the police into coming closer to her. Then she tried to attack them. The police tried to safely apprehend her, but she had the same knife she had used before, and in the chaos, one of them fired at her. It's definitely the less unsettling theory of the 2, but it doesn't make sense to me. I can understand a nervous rookie who just drew his gun when he saw the knife and decided on self-defense, but I can't believe they couldn't restrain a 9-year-old girl. Seriously, I don't know anyone who supports this theory, and no one was even near the family's house to hear possible gunshots. And whether the rookie had a nervous trigger finger or not, I refuse to believe they wouldn't have called for backup after such an incident. Once the county's emergency services are involved, the possibility of a cover-up is gone forever, because then there's a ton of paperwork. And then there's the second alternative theory, which doesn't involve any shots being fired, one that involves an even greater horror. According to some reports, the 9-year-old girl died after she tried to consume part of her deceased father. She became so ill that she couldn't keep anything down, not even water. I'm not a doctor, so I can't say exactly how that could have led to her death, maybe dehydration. But when the policeman forced open the family's back door on Monday afternoon, the girl was found deceased. I know it's a very convenient coincidence that the 2 officers who found the family retired shortly thereafter and left town. And they are the only 2 people who knew the truth, just moved away without any way to contact them. But at the same time, I can understand why 2 young town policemen just couldn't handle what they saw that day. I mean, if the second alternative theory is really believed, it would be enough to unsettle anyone who sees something like that. As you can imagine, this isn't something I can really talk about with many people. My school friends and I have discussed it now and then, but always in hushed tones and never in public where older adults could hear us. And now that my parents have died and I live elsewhere, I can't just return to the town and start asking questions. We just encounter the same wall of silence I've seen every time someone has asked what happened. What a cursed misfortune. What a great loss. I hope they catch the person someday, they say. Then, one day, when all those who know the truth are gone, the comforting lies they've told about the incidents will become another version of the truth. All the malice found in a 9-year-old girl will be forgotten, and maybe, just maybe, that's exactly what needs to happen. My family owns a log cabin just outside a village called Altdorf in Bavaria, Germany. It's a bit like a family heirloom that we don't want to part with, as it's the place where our family comes from. And I think another reason we haven't sold it is the interesting story associated with this place. Well, interesting for the neutral observer, but for my grandmother, it must have been terrifying because she was the one who really had this experience. It's summer 1998. 2 years before I was born, and my grandmother is alone in the cabin. My grandfather had died before I was born, but almost every summer they had been together. My grandparents would drive to this cabin and just spend 2 weeks with no one else but the squirrels for company. After my grandfather died, she continued the tradition to cope with the grief, and so she found herself alone there in June or July 1998. She didn't have a TV there, but an old radio on which she used to listen to her old radio plays on a long-defunct station. The station, like most others, made small interruptions for news bulletins, and one day she heard about bombs that had exploded in Georgia and Alabama. The police had a suspect they wanted to question, but he had escaped and was possibly hiding in the hills of his home state of Bavaria. The newsreader then gave a brief description of the suspect, who was of medium height, dark hair, light eyes, and said that the man's name was Ernesto Rubertino. My grandmother used to say that the name stuck in her head, especially because of the Christmas song about the reindeer, and she caught herself humming the song, even though it was strange in the summer. Anyway, a few hours go by, the sun sets, and my grandmother is just relaxing in the cabin, doing what grandmothers do. Then suddenly, someone knocks on the door. My grandmother wasn't expecting anyone, and the only neighbors she had were about 2 kilometers away, so she gets up with understandable concern and goes to the cabin's front door. When she opens it, she sees a man of medium height wearing a baseball cap, with light eyes and a dark mustache. My grandmother, being the kind soul she was, wishes him a good evening and asks what she can do for him. "Good evening, ma'am," he says. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to ask you for a small favor." He further asks my grandmother if she has anything to eat that she could give him. His story was that he also had a cabin in the area and had visited his property, but had come out after work and forgotten to buy groceries for his cabin, so he had nothing to eat for the night. The way my grandmother describes it is that the man was so polite to her that she just instinctively invited him in without really thinking much about it. Normally, she kept her pantry stocked with all sorts of dried and canned food, so she always had something to share, and she says she filled the man's backpack with jerky and peaches. As she looks at him and pauses, she says, "I didn't get your name." He replies, "My name is Benito, ma'am." "Benito?" she repeated. "Benito what?" "Roberto," the man replied. Roberto. My grandmother thought that name set off alarm bells in her head. While it wasn't exactly Rubertino, it was close enough that she had a bad feeling in her gut. Given that this was long before cell phones and the cabin didn't even have a telephone line, the most effective external communication option my grandmother had was a flare gun. And if his situation was as bad as she thought, a flare gun wouldn't be enough. So my grandmother decided to play along instead. She knew that if she just played dumb, gave him some food, and let him move on, she could drive into town the next morning and tell the police who had stopped by the cabin. But then, just as she was about to politely ask him to leave, he says something like, "I have a small request. Do you have somewhere I can lay my head tonight?" My grandmother always said there was a moment where she looked at Benito, saw the wild desperation in his eyes, and did her best to stay calm as she said, "I'm sorry. I just don't have room to spare." Then Benito puts his hand into his jacket, pulls out a pistol, and says something like, "I'm sorry. I was hoping you wouldn't say that." Then he points to the pistol and says, "Don't force me to use this." And for those of you who haven't figured it out yet, the man at her door was neither Benito Roberto nor the fake name he had given her. The man in her cabin was Ernesto Rubertino, the same terrorist wanted for the bombings. My grandmother said it was one of the most frightening experiences of her life, but not for the reasons you might think. You see, she said she was never afraid of dying. She was about 75 years old at the time, and I think she had settled things with God long before. Instead, she said the scary thing was how strangely normal this man was. Even after he had revealed his true nature, he was still polite and friendly to my grandmother, even offering to help with chores the next morning and so on. Of course, she told him that she was more than capable of taking care of herself, and she definitely didn't want the authorities to think she was okay with him staying the night there. But still, he was nothing like the insane lunatic she had imagined after listening to the news report. My grandmother used to say that the only time he really gave a hint of who he was or what he had done was when he said grace before dinner. She could never remember exactly what he said, only that it was something about how the righteous would prevail. This was a man who had just tried to harm many people in a series of terrible attacks, so I can understand why it really scared her to hear him basically talk about himself as righteous. "Listen, I'm scared just thinking about having dinner with him. I don't think I could get a bite down." So it may not surprise you to hear that my grandmother barely touched her food. She didn't sleep much that night either. She took the bed while Ernesto apparently took the floor, and the whole time she was waiting to suddenly hear the rotor blades of a helicopter with a spotlight mounted on it lighting up the house as if it were Broadway. But no authorities showed up, and she says that she eventually fell asleep because it was suddenly daylight outside and Ernesto was nowhere to be found. She said she was so exhausted from the whole experience that she walked through the cabin for a moment and wondered, "Did I dream that?" And then she found a note on the counter, one written in pencil that simply said, "Thank you. God bless you," and she knew it had really happened. I know this isn't a typical scary story because, in my opinion, my grandmother, despite the fact that she had to share her cabin with a dangerous individual, wasn't in any real danger. Maybe if she had tried to call the police or something, maybe if she had provoked him, then he might have really hurt her. But she was older. She wasn't a real threat to him, and he knew very well that the cabin didn't have a phone or anything, or he wouldn't have shown up there at all. She herself said it too. She wasn't afraid of dying and just knew that he wouldn't harm her. But what scares me and my sister about my grandmother's close encounter is how normal the man seemed. We might imagine that dangerous people and criminals are these vicious and heartless monsters who stew in their own hatred all day. Maybe that applies to some of them, but the idea that the worst among us are like us, that's what really scares me. The heart of Bavaria is home to a small village with a rather unusual name. Originally, the village was called Warmbrunn, but it changed its name in 1950 after a popular radio host announced that he would broadcast the anniversary episode of his show from the first village to be named after his radio program. So on March 31st, 1950, Warmbrunn officially changed its name to Truth or Consequences, and the anniversary episode of the show took place there the next evening. Truth or Consequences, or T or C as it's sometimes called, housed only 4,700 inhabitants at that time, and the population hasn't increased significantly since then. Starting from 1970, however, the population steadily rose. Between the years 2000 and 2010, the village experienced, for the first time in over 40 years, a decline in population, with almost 1,000 people moving away. What could have caused such a drastic population decline? Well, it might have something to do with a man named David Parker Ray. Born on November 6, 1939, in Belen, New Mexico, David grew up with his older sister Peggy under the care of his paternal grandfather. His father was a violent alcoholic who often visited the children under the influence of alcohol. David once recalled that his father gave him the gift of an adult magazine that displayed violent images. Naturally, David longed for the presence of his absent father, and since the magazine was one of the few gifts his father had given him, he treasured it. The impressionable boy was fascinated by these images and wanted to be like his father, just like any other boy his age. The introduction of such concepts into David's psychology was devastating for his social development, as he found it impossible to communicate the ideas in his head to his classmates at the nearby Mountain Air High School. The social awkwardness led to David being bullied by some of his classmates, which further exacerbated his deep-seated personal issues. After graduating from high school, David joined the U.S. Army and worked as a general mechanic in the motor pool before being honorably discharged. During this time, David married and divorced 4 times. Although it's not clear why each of these divorces occurred, it's obvious that he had great difficulty maintaining romantic relationships. In the months following his last and perhaps most chaotic divorce, David Parker Ray had a sort of midlife crisis and spent over 1,100 on a special project that he would call the Toy Box. The Toy Box was a partially modified truck trailer with a simple white exterior, but inside, it was anything but simple. Ray had spent a large portion of that, 100,000, to make the trailer completely soundproof and almost impenetrable and inescapable. He then spent another considerable amount on an old gynecological chair like the ones specialized doctors use to determine the well-being and health of a woman's reproductive organs. The chair was fully equipped with leg stirrups, which David converted into leg restraints. Mounted on one wall of the trailer, David installed a tool rack and adorned it with a variety of whips, chains, pulleys, straps, clamps, surgical blades, saws, and even leg spreader bars designed to keep a person's legs apart. David also equipped the trailer with a series of torture devices, including a portable generator he used for electroshock torture, and detailed diagrams showing methods and techniques for inflicting maximum pain. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the toy box was the fact that David had practically turned the entire ceiling into a giant mirror. He didn't just want to torture and assault his victims for hours, he also wanted them to watch as it happened. From 1957 to 1999, David Parker Ray is believed to have abducted, tortured, and killed up to 60 different women and girls, almost all of whom lived in Sierra County, New Mexico. The things he did to them are simply indescribable, and it's suspected that many of his victims died much earlier than Ray intended as a result of the brutal torture. He confessed to setting dogs on his victims, drugging them with a cocktail of sedatives and hallucinogens, and then subjecting them to days of pain and assaults. When he grew bored of his prey, David would inject his victims with a combination of sodium pentothal and phenobarbital amnesia cocktail that essentially served to erase their memory sand, then take them into the mountains and leave them in the desert before focusing on planning his next abduction. According to David's statements, he did this over and over again with a simple yet effective modus operandi. By visiting a nearby bar to drug his victims' drinks or posing as a police officer to falsely arrest them. This worked repeatedly, and if his confession is credible, David Parker Ray is probably the most prolific serial offender in the history of the United States. But his reign of terror collapsed when he encountered a victim who was much more resilient than most others. Her name is Cynthia Vigil, and in March 1999, Cynthia was approached by David in the parking lot of the Blue Water Saloon in the nearby town of Elephant Butte. I make no claims about Cynthia or her past decisions, but it's very likely that she said yes when David asked if she would sleep with him for money, as she neither fought nor complained when he announced that he was an undercover police officer and was arresting her for solicitation. David then put Cynthia in the backseat of his car, where she probably assumed he was taking her to a nearby police station. So we can only imagine her horror when she realized she was being taken to truth or consequences and to the toy box, which stood open before her. If Cynthia didn't start to fight when she saw the trailer, she was certainly terrified when she saw the horrors lurking inside. Then, either through some sedative or through sheer force, Ray rendered Cynthia unconscious and began binding her to the modified gynecological chair. When Cynthia awoke, she heard the sound of a cassette recorder playing a pre-recorded message. It was the voice of David Parker Ray. "Hello, are you feeling comfortable now? Your wrists and ankles are strapped down. You're gagged, blindfolded, disoriented, and probably scared too. Perfectly normal under the circumstances. But at least for a while, you need to collect yourself and listen to this tape. I will explain to you in detail why you were abducted, what will happen to you, and how long you'll be here." The message continued, describing in detail the horrific circumstances in which Cynthia found herself, how she would be used as a slave and subjected to physical and psychological torture. Ray even explained his method of hypnosis and brainwashing, so that she wouldn't remember anything from her experience later. Cynthia was subjected to unimaginable torture for 3 days before she received the opportunity to escape through a brief moment of her captor's carelessness. In an incredible act of courage, Cynthia managed to free herself and escape, killing one of her tormentors in the process. Her brave escape finally ended David Parker Ray's reign of terror, and he and his accomplices were arrested and convicted. Yet her story left indelible scars on the lives of many people, including Cynthia, who never fully recovered from her horrific experience. David Parker Ray's trial was long and turbulent, but in 2001, he accepted a plea deal and was sentenced to 224 years in prison for the kidnapping and torture of 3 young women, including Cynthia and Kelly Garrett. Ray's daughter, Jessie Ray, was also charged with kidnapping and ultimately sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. Cynthia, despite her brave escape, bore the physical and emotional scars of her horrific experience, but her courage made it possible to end the horror inflicted by David Parker Ray and his accomplices. The small village of Hidalgo, where I come from, has this old bridge nearby that all the kids say is cursed. There are no ghosts there, no apparitions that suddenly appear while you're trying to cross it at night. But believe me, it's cursed. And the only way something can really be cursed is because, a long time ago, 2 girls from our village were walking over the bridge when a car with 2 men pulled up beside them. The men asked the girls if they wanted a ride home, and they agreed. But instead of taking them home, the men did terrible things to the girls, beat them, assaulted them, horrible things. God help them. And when they were finished, they threw both girls off the bridge into the water below. That's a 30-meter drop, by the way. No one has any right to fall that far into those wild waters and survive, but somehow, by a pure miracle, the older of the 2 girls surfaced on the riverbank a few kilometers away, spat the water out of her lungs before limping for help. That was a big story. I mean, I was just a kid at the time, but I remember the aftermath like it was yesterday. The girl who survived then left Hidalgo, and I can't blame anyone for wanting to get away from such a memory. But then, years later, she returned. She had a husband, or maybe it was her boyfriend, but I know she had a child with him, and it was probably his. I thought at the time that maybe she had gotten over what had happened to her, and wanted her children to grow up near their grandparents or something. Everyone was glad to have her back, I remember, and for a while, the little family seemed to be settling in well. Then one day, I remember my wife received a call from one of her friends she worked with at the kindergarten. The surviving sister and her family had been walking near the old bridge, and as expressed by the father of her child, she was there 1 minute, and the next moment, she was gone. She came back to her hometown with her new family in tow. She had everything to live for. One look at that drop into the river, and all those horrible memories must have come back to her. I think they call it survivor's guilt when you just can't deal with getting away from something that took a loved one or a friend. I've heard it's the same thing that causes war veterans to take their own lives, just because they think they shouldn't live when someone near them didn't have a chance to come home. For me, what happened on that bridge like 20 years later is more frightening than any horror movie monster you can imagine. I think it might even be scarier than any real serial killer. The bridge called her back. I don't know how, but it did. It's as if she wasn't meant to survive that first fall. As if she cheated death in some way, but in the end got what was her inevitable fate. Yeah, I think too much about it. But can you blame me? Maybe it's not just the bridge that's cursed by what happened. Maybe I am too. In the eastern part of Veracruz, my father was the police chief for 32 years, and I followed in his footsteps in law enforcement. After his retirement, I was promoted to police chief. Our town is very close-knit, and is one of those places where everyone knows each other. Over the years, I've responded to a good number of strange calls, but the last one tops them all. At about 8:30 p.m., I received a call from one of my men that a local family had received a call and was concerned about their neighbor. Their neighbor was an elderly lady named Helga, and no one had seen her in the last 7 days. I knew her very well since she was one of the kindest people in town. On holidays, she often baked something for my family and brought it over, and she was practically loved by everyone. When I heard this disturbing news, I didn't hesitate to get into the car and meet up with my deputy. I've conducted a good number of welfare checks, so I've learned to be prepared for anything. Often, it's just a false alarm of some kind, like someone on vacation, but other times it could be much more unsettling. Given that Helga was 76 years old, I tried to prepare myself as best as possible for the worst. I always make sure to send 2 men, as anything can happen. I arrived at Helga's house about 10 minutes later. My deputy's car was parked on the roadside, so I parked directly behind him. At first glance, it was obvious why we had been called. The grass was overgrown, the mailbox was full, and the house looked dark from the inside. Her blue Chevrolet Trailblazer, however, was on the driveway. That wasn't an immediate cause for concern since she only used it once or twice a week to buy groceries in town or occasionally go to a poker room. As we walked up the driveway, The neighbors who had called came out to talk to us. It was a husband and wife whom we both knew personally. They essentially repeated everything we had noticed upon our arrival, and we asked them to go back inside, telling them we'd inform them as soon as we had checked. I began knocking on the door several times and called out, "Helga, are you home?" No answer. I repeated this several times, but no one answered, and it made me more worried each time. I knew Helga had family in the east, so there was also the possibility that she was visiting them. I tried the front door, but it was locked, so I left my deputy waiting in front while I went around back to see if there was an unlocked door. There wasn't, but as I was in the backyard, I discovered something that immediately raised a red flag. One of the back windows was broken. The window was quite high from my vantage point, so I couldn't see well into the room. I tried calling out again, "Helga, are you there?" Again, no answer. I drew my weapon and ran back around the house to report to my deputy, and we had no choice but to force entry. Due to the glass shards on the windowsill, we decided to kick in the front door. After a few strong kicks, it gave way, and I entered first with my pistol and flashlight in hand. I continued calling out to her, but there was no answer. We searched the living room, but there were no signs of her. As we proceeded through the house, I smelled a very strong odor, and my heart sank. I entered the kitchen where the smell was strongest, and what I found brought me some relief. There was a slow cooker in the sink with raw chicken that must have been left out. I gagged as I turned away from it, and we continued searching the house. Up to this point, nothing seemed out of place until we reached the room with the broken window. The door was locked, so we had no choice but to break it down as well. When we tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. The door itself gave way in the middle, but still wouldn't open. Finally, we got to the point where we threw our bodies against the door simultaneously, and after several more attempts, the door finally opened, followed by a loud crash on the other side. What I saw as I entered looked like something out of a horror movie. I saw a completely ransacked room. The bed was overturned, clothes were strewn all over the floor, and a huge bookshelf had been knocked over, which must have been blocking the door as we tried to enter. We were looking at a crime scene. I examined everything in the room carefully to figure out what might have happened, but I could only come to one frightening conclusion. It looked as if the bookshelf had been pushed in front of the bedroom door to form a barricade, but beyond that, I could only speculate. We searched the rest of the house, but there were no signs of Helga or anything else. I called the forensic team and had them come immediately, but the whole house was clean. There were no fingerprints other than Helga's. All the doors leading out of the house were locked, so it was obvious that someone had entered through the window, or that Helga had somehow managed to do that herself and fled in panic through the window. In any case, something definitely happened in her house, but none of us know what. I can't imagine anyone ever having a problem with Helga, as she was one of the kindest and most considerate people this town ever had. We have no clues or leads, and her family was shocked when they heard the news. Although things don't look good, I'm still trying to keep hope alive. Maybe we'll hear from her soon and find out what happened, but until then, I just hope she escaped from whatever happened. So before all this happened, I went to Burger King in the nearest town to us, which is about 20 minutes away. After that, I decided to go to my grandmother's instead. To put it in context, she lives at the end of a long dirt road that you have to turn off from a half-kilometer field road to get to her house. I arrived there around 9 p.m. and went in to visit my grandmother and my brother who lives with her. I've done this often since my grandfather's death, so I could at least keep her company. My brother and I took my grandmother's dog outside around 10:30 p.m. to let him pee and just sat outside, listened to music, and talked for a while. At this point, it started getting cold because, after all, we were in the east of Saxony-Anhalt, and I wasn't used to the temperature dropping to 5°C at night, so I was ready to go inside. Suddenly, I noticed something moving out of the corner of my eye near the large metal sheds that were about 100 meters away from the house. I didn't pay much attention to it since it's not unusual for deer or raccoons to roam through the garden strip, and besides, my grandmother's dog wasn't barking, so I thought it could have been just an optical illusion. Eventually, we went back inside, and my grandmother went to bed around 11 p.m., so my brother and I stayed up and played video games for a while. Around 2:30 a.m., I was very tired and ready to go home, so I asked my brother to walk me to the door and make sure I got to my car, because I'm always very paranoid, especially at night. He made a joke and said he would turn off the lights and lock the door, and I freaked out and asked him to walk me to the car, which he eventually did. I got into my car and immediately locked the doors and saw the porch lights go out as I drove back down the dirt road. In 10 minutes, I was home and made myself some ice cream before sitting down and turning on YouTube. Another 15 minutes passed when I received a FaceTime call from my brother, which I answered almost immediately. I could see that he was scared of something, but he didn't say anything at first, so I asked him what was going on. The following is my best attempt to paraphrase what my brother told me. He said that after I left, he went back outside to listen to music and sit on the porch. He had the music from his phone playing quite loud, which would normally drown out any animal noises from the nearby woods. After a few minutes of music, he said he heard metallic banging sounds, so he quickly stopped the music and listened to see if he could hear the noise again. He stood up and looked toward the boathouse, which was next to the large shed about 100 meters away. He said he saw a faint light shining around the boathouse that then quickly went out. At this point, he was scared, so he quickly went back into the house and locked the door. He ran into his room at the back of the house without thinking to wake our grandmother and grabbed his revolver. Quickly, he went back outside and saw the flashlight moving, and then quickly going out as soon as it was noticed. He walked to the edge of the concrete porch and looked toward the boathouse with the revolver at his side. The only thing illuminating the boathouse was the faint light coming from the house. He said he tried to muster his most threatening voice and kept saying, "Who the hell is out there?" He said he almost peed his pants when a tall, slender figure slowly emerged from the boathouse, holding a flashlight. Although my brother couldn't make out any distinctive features on the person, he could definitely tell it was an older man and that it was no one we knew, especially not someone who should be in our boathouse at 3 a.m. He raised the revolver to aim at the man and shouted again, "Who the hell are you?" The man remained silent and began slowly approaching him. My brother cocked the hammer of the revolver and gave the man one last verbal warning. "I swear I'll shoot. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The man quickly raised his hands and said, Wait, calm down, man," in a creepy voice while still approaching my brother. My brother fired a single shot just above the man's head, upon which he finally took it as a sign that my brother was serious. The man hastily ran back down the dirt road on foot, and my brother shouted, "Next time, I won't miss." Then my brother quickly ran back into the house to wake up my grandmother, who had astonishingly slept through the entire commotion. She didn't seem concerned enough to really call the police, but of course, after hearing all that, she could only think about the true intentions of this man. Was he just a drug addict snooping around to steal some tools for money, or were his intentions much more sinister? Another question that haunts me about the whole situation is how many times this has happened after my grandmother and brother have gone to bed, and we just didn't know, and was he watching us the whole night? Then I thought about what would have happened if my brother had really turned off the lights and locked the doors behind me when I left. When I was 19 years old, I moved from Thuringia to Schleswig-Holstein to be with my then-boyfriend. I thought of white sandy beaches and the archaeological sites of Göbekli Tepe, But instead, I got swamps, insects, and dirt roads. It was a major shock to the system. We lived in the small, smelly village called Busum, just outside of Flensburg. It was very small, had only one traffic light and 4 shops, Edeka, the Little Corner, Rossmann, and a Döner kebab place. Anyway, I got a job at the now-closed restaurant in the center of the village, right next to the grocery store, so everyone ate there. After about 3 months of working there, I went in one day to start my shift when the manager brought me into his office. On his desk were about 30 or 40 opened letters, all addressed to me in handwriting. "Do you know this person?" the manager asked me. I said no, and he told me to read one, so I did. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a newspaper clipping of a woman with long blonde hair, just like mine. While the manager watched me intently, I read the letter and flipped back and forth in confusion, desperately trying to understand why I was in the manager's office. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining spending time with me, and many of the things had a sexual nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. My first thought was, am I getting fired? But then my manager asked me, "Do you know Marcio Elrod?" I said, "Yes, I think so." He was a tall, slender guy with thick glasses and dark blonde curly hair. A regular customer who came in a few times a week to buy Coca-Cola Light and medicine for his mother. He was in his 20s, and obviously had social or mental problems. Occasionally, he made small talk while I was at the checkout. Once or twice, he stood at my register or stared at me, but I thought he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Compared to some other people I had met in Schleswig-Holstein, he was harmless, so I hadn't paid him any attention until that day at the VIPs. I knew he had written the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While I was at work, he came up from behind and stroked my hair. I had to remove his hands from me, and he apologized. It was weird, but nothing serious happened, so I went back to work. After I told that to my manager, he informed me that the customer would be banned from the store and that I would be sent home while they sorted out the details. I had no idea what that meant, so I left the store confused and drove home. 2 hours after I got home, there was a knock at my door. I looked out the window and couldn't believe what I saw. I saw men in tactical gear and big guns, 2 men in suits, and several uniformed police officers who seemed to be moving in slow motion. I opened the door. A female officer held some strangely familiar letters. "Can we come in and talk to you about these?" When I realized that the whole village had read the letters, I wanted to faint. I didn't even know the guy. We sat down on my sofa, and she began to speak. The officer mentioned that they had received the letters from VIPs and were trying to enforce a ban. The officers confronted him at his apartment and tried to enforce the ban from the record store. Obviously, he didn't agree. He insisted for more than 45 minutes that this was all a big mistake and that I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent that they decided to press charges for harassment. Hearing that shocked me completely. She continued, "You need to know that Marcio murdered and partially dismembered his mother at the age of 12. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago. We found disturbing materials in his house. We believe he has been stalking you." My mind was still wandering, and then I understood. Coca-Cola Light was my mother's favorite drink. Marcio was arrested the next day for harassment after they found him in the VIP's parking lot, but the last official word was that he had been temporarily returned to the psychiatric clinic. I didn't have the opportunity to read the complete letters before they were stored in an evidence safe, and I was never told what they found in his house, so I never had the full picture of what happened. My then-boyfriend was a complete idiot throughout the entire situation, so I moved back to Thuringia a week later. There were plenty of employment opportunities in the small village where I lived, so we were thrilled when our company was commissioned to demolish not just the interior of one but 2 houses in the village. I was happier than most because it meant my commute was practically non-existent since I lived right next to the street. It also gave me the opportunity to finally see how some of the other houses on my block compared to mine. But the work quickly turned from what looked like a good opportunity into a horror show almost as soon as we started. It was our first day on the job site, and my boss and I were doing an inspection to establish a good workflow. As we went through the ground floor and went up to the first floor, my boss stopped me and asked if I had heard something. I said no, but he still looked around as if he had really heard something. After a minute, we continued our inspection, and when we finished, my boss practically ran out of the house. I asked what was wrong, and he said he felt that something was off with this house. We went to the neighboring house and began our inspection there, but as far as I could see, there was nothing wrong with that property. The next day, I arrived at the job site and was surprised when one of my colleagues said that we would be demolishing the first house on our own, while our boss and some other workers worked on the second house. I assumed it was simply because our boss found it strange when we checked it out and dismissed it as unimportant. But as soon as I stepped through the front door, I knew something was wrong. It was as if I had trouble breathing at first, and even though it was only 29 to 4°C outside, I felt like I was starting to sweat. I shook off the feeling and started working, because I needed to get the job done and earn my pay. But every few minutes, I had to go outside to get some fresh air. Lunch break came, and it was nice to get out of the building for a while. But as soon as it was over and I went back into the house, a feeling of dread came over me. Eventually, I decided to ask my colleague if he felt weird every time we went into the house and hoped he would look at me as if I were crazy. But surprisingly, he said he felt like something was watching him. We talked for a minute about the strange fact that we both felt something was off with the house, but our conversation was interrupted when we heard a loud bang above us. We both looked up, noticed that the noise came from the second floor, and I reluctantly offered to go check it out. I climbed the stairs with my sledgehammer as protection and slowly walked toward the room that would be directly above us. But except for a dusty nightstand, there was nothing there. I called out that no one was there, but as I looked around the room, I noticed some paint chips on the floor near one of the walls. I looked up and saw that there was a small dent in the wall, as if something or someone had bumped into it. I can't be sure if that was the source of the noise we had heard, but at that moment, it was my best guess. I approached the dent in the wall, and as I did, I felt my heart beat faster. I placed my hand against it while my colleague stepped into the room, and we both decided that we might as well tear down this wall first while we were there. Maybe it would make the room feel less creepy. We were wrong. We both struck the wall a few times with our hammers, but we stopped when we heard a single piece of something fall to the floor that was definitely not drywall. I moved closer, and before I could touch it, my colleague screamed as loud as he could and practically stepped back while pointing at the wall. I stood up in frozen shock as I saw a small piece of a decayed skeleton sitting in the wall. We both ran out of the house as fast as we could and called our boss and then the authorities, explaining what we had found. The police came and searched the house before telling us that we couldn't finish demolishing it until they had resolved everything. After speaking with my boss a week later, he said that the officers had found 5 different bodies in the walls of the house, and he swore that they were the cause of that eerie presence we had all felt. I was 13 years old, and one of my favorite parts of the day was my after-dinner walk with my dog Bruno. It was usually very nice because my friends Hans and Felix would come along, and we'd all spend time together and burn off a bit of the post-meal energy we always had. In our town, there wasn't much to do, so we'd usually just go for walks or play soccer in one of our backyards. But occasionally, we'd like to go down to the river to hang out, skip stones, and so on. The only thing was that we had to go through a large cornfield owned by the town to get to the forest. We never felt bad about walking through it to get to the forest, because it wasn't like we were trespassing on someone else's property. After that day, however, I think we all collectively decided to stay away from the field. I was walking down the street with Bruno, and as he stopped at one of the trees along the road, Felix came running up to me and said that Hans was already at the river and that we should meet him there. I asked Bruno if he wanted to go swimming tonight, and his tail started wagging wildly. He was so excited. We all walked down the street into the cornfield. Usually, we had no problems when we could walk through it, and Bruno was the first to run ahead, but for some reason, he stopped right at the edge. I looked at him, wondering if something was wrong, but Felix didn't seem to notice and went ahead. As soon as he was out of sight, it seemed like Bruno was worried about him, and he immediately started running through the field after him. I ran after my friend and my dog, but as I found myself in the middle of the cornfield with no one around me, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I started looking around while calling for Bruno, and luckily he came running. It was then that I heard Axel calling my name. I followed the sound of his voice and met up with him before we both, along with my dog, decided to walk slowly through the field. If we had had cell phones back then, I probably would have texted Hans and told him to meet us at my house, but we had to find him and tell him ourselves, so we couldn't just turn around. I held on to Bruno's leash as we slowly walked through the cornfield, but every time we took a few steps, my dog would stop and look to the side. At first, we thought it was nothing, but when it happened the third time, Axel and I heard him growl. Bruno never growled, so I knew something was wrong. Suddenly, I heard the sound of corn stalks rustling in the distance, as if someone was moving through them and coming toward us. We called out to Hans, but there was no answer. The sound of the corn moving began to accelerate, as if the person was moving faster. That was the moment we decided it would be safer to leave the field and then ask for help. We all started running back the way we had come, and Bruno stayed close to us. But as we moved, we could still hear the sound of whatever or whoever was following us. Suddenly, my dog broke free from me, and at that moment, I wasn't holding his leash tight enough, and it slipped from my hand. I called out to him as I kept running, but as we emerged from the field, he was nowhere to be seen. I turned around and kept calling for him, but at first I only heard a series of growls and barks in response. "Bruno!" I called out again, and fortunately, he came running this time. I grabbed his leash before Axel and I ran home and explained to him what had happened. My father came with us to go through the field and make sure Hans was okay, and when we found him at the river, he said he thought someone had been following him. We all went back to my house to have some dessert, but on the way back through the cornfield, we noticed something strange. There was a small piece of bloody cloth on the ground, and when we got home, my mother asked why Bruno had blood in his fur. We checked him, and my father thought he must have bitten the person who was in the cornfield, which means someone really was following us. My parents filed a police report in case someone reported a dog bite, but we never heard anything more about it, and that was the last time we went through that field. When I was in my early 20s, I got a job at the local post office that covered some small villages in my area. My route was pretty straightforward, and I could actually walk most of it, but I would soon learn that just because the village is small doesn't mean it's safe. I was about 2 years into my job as a mail carrier when I noticed on my normal route that one of the houses had a full mailbox on its porch. So instead of leaving their mail, I left a notification that they would have to pick it up at the post office so no one could steal it. I hoped that was all, but the next day, I stood in front of the same house, and everything was just as it had been the day before. No one had been home. They're probably on vacation. I thought as I walked away from the door, but I never expected what happened next. As I walked down the last steps of the porch, I heard something that abruptly stopped me. It sounded muffled, but almost as if someone was screaming from inside the house. I listened carefully, and when I heard the sound again, I decided it would be better to call the police, just in case someone needed help. The police came, and I explained why I was there and what I had heard, but when they knocked on the door, no one answered. They looked around a bit but found nothing and had no legal grounds to enter the house without the owner's permission, so they told me to call again if anything else happened. But I didn't plan on staying longer than necessary and continued my route. The next day, I had to visit this house again, and as I looked from the street, I saw that the mailbox was still full and nothing had changed. I hesitated to go onto the porch to leave another notice about their mail, but I knew it was my duty, so I had no choice. I slowly approached the house, and with each step I felt more nervous. I was a few meters away from the porch when I noticed something that made me stop. As I looked at the porch, I could see that one of the curtains at the window had moved a bit, and as I looked more closely, I noticed that someone was watching me. I don't know why, but I froze. It was as if I knew something was wrong with the person. I tried to act normal and deliver their mail as was my job, but I couldn't take a step forward. Suddenly, I heard the sound of something falling to my right, and when I saw what it was just something that had fallen from a tree in the yard. When I looked back at the window, the person who had been watching me was no longer there. I took a deep breath and ran as fast as I could to the porch while I attached the notice about the full mailbox to their door, even though I could hear the sound of someone running through the house and coming toward me. I wasted no time and ran down the steps and onto the street, but before I left the property, I decided to take a look back. I almost screamed in fright when I saw that a man was standing at the door. He was wearing a white t-shirt that seemed to be covered with something that looked like blood, and he had something in his hand. I ran as fast as I could to the next house on my route, and luckily, he didn't try to follow me. When I knew I was safe, I called the police again and told them what had just happened, and they told me they would pay another visit to the house the next day. I asked to have my route changed, and a colleague agreed. A few weeks passed, and I heard nothing about it, but out of nowhere, I received a text message from my colleague who told me that the guy who lived in that house had apparently been arrested after he had tried to forcibly drag a woman into his car in front of the local shopping center. To this day, I don't know if I really heard the sound of someone screaming from that house the first time I called the police, but I can't help but wonder if someone was there with him when I first called.
I had found the hotel by chance when I was on a business trip to southern Germany. It was hidden in the mountains off the main road. The building looked old but well-maintained, and it was the only hotel nearby that still had a free room. There was no one at reception. A handwritten sign instructed me to take the key for room 17 from the counter myself. The hotel felt empty and strangely silent, but I ignored it and walked down the long, dark corridor to my room. As I walked down the corridor, I noticed how silent it was. The old carpet swallowed my steps, and the air was cooler than normal for this time of year. I felt a slight chill, but I told myself it was just my imagination. The room was simply furnished but tidy, yet one detail immediately caught my attention. A large, heavy mirror with a dark wooden frame hung on the wall opposite the bed. The frame was intricately decorated, but the mirror itself radiated something unsettling. I put down my things, tried to relax and prepare for the night, but the mirror felt unnatural. Somehow I had the feeling that it showed more than just my reflection. I slept restlessly the first night, constantly waking up because I felt like someone was in the room. Each time I opened my eyes, the room seemed empty, but each time my gaze immediately fell on the mirror. It was strange, but my reflection didn't seem to behave normally. Once, when I woke up and sat up, I had the feeling that my reflection was a moment slower than me. I told myself it was just my imagination, but it sent shivers down my spine. Around 3 a.m., I heard a faint scratching sound, as if something was behind the mirror. I sat up and listened, but there was nothing. Still, the feeling that something was lurking behind the glass remained. I got up, went closer to the mirror, and wiped the cold glass, but there was nothing to see. The rest of the night was no better. Every time I tried to sleep, I felt like the mirror was watching me. I kept waking up, drenched in sweat and with an uncomfortable feeling of coldness. When morning came, I was exhausted and confused. The mirror was fogged up, even though there was no moisture in the room. I wiped it off, but the uneasy feeling lingered. The next morning, the discomfort was still there. I went to the reception to check out of the hotel, but no one was there. An older woman later came out of the adjacent room and looked at me as if she knew exactly what I had experienced. "Room 17, she said softly. "The guests don't like the mirror there." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The way she said it left no doubt that others had similar experiences, but I decided to stay another night. Something held me captive in this hotel. Back in my room, the mirror immediately caught my eye. It dominated the room as if it were the center of everything. The light falling on the glass seemed to make it deeper, as if the glass itself led to another world. The longer I looked at the mirror, the more it seemed to change. Shadows moved in the corners, almost invisible but still noticeable. I tried to look away, but it was as if the mirror had cast a spell on me. I left the room to calm down and spent the day outside the hotel. But when I returned, the room felt even more oppressive. The mirror was the first thing I saw when I opened the door, and that eerie feeling immediately overwhelmed me again. The second night was worse than the first. I left the light on in the room because the darkness unsettled me too much, but the light reflected strangely in the glass. It seemed as if the mirror was not just showing my reflection, but something deeper, darker. Around midnight, I heard the scratching again. This time it was louder, almost as if something was trying to force its way through the glass. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The mirror drew me into its spell. I walked towards the mirror and felt the cold glass. It felt as if it was vibrating in my hand, almost like a living being. My breath hitched. Suddenly, I saw something, a dark shape inside the mirror that was moving slowly. I screamed and jumped back. The shadow in the mirror seemed to come closer, as if it wanted to pass through the glass. I stumbled out of the room and spent the night in the lobby, too frightened to return. The hours dragged on endlessly as I sat on an uncomfortable armchair, unable to sleep. The scratching was gone, but the coldness the mirror had left behind remained. The next morning, I wanted to leave the hotel for good. I told the woman at the reception about my experiences, but she didn't seem surprised. "Many people have complained about the mirror," she said with a smile that unsettled me even more. I should have left immediately, but my work kept me in the city. Besides, the hotel was the only one with a free room, so I stayed another night, even though I knew it was a mistake. As I re-entered the room, the air felt heavy and stuffy. The mirror was the first thing I saw, and the oppressive feeling immediately overwhelmed me again. The shadow was not visible, but I knew it was lurking there behind the glass. I considered taking the mirror down or covering it, but I didn't know if that would help. Something inside me said that the mirror was not just a piece of furniture. It was a gateway to something unknown, and I was not ready to find out where it led. But the scratching had driven me to madness, and I knew I wouldn't survive this night if I didn't do something. I decided to cover the mirror. I took a blanket and tried to hang it over the glass, but when I touched the mirror, the glass felt unnatural, almost as if it was moving. I stumbled back and the blanket fell to the floor. The scratching started again immediately, this time louder and faster. It was as if something panicked because I had touched the mirror. My heart raced and my hands trembled as I tried to push the bed in front of the mirror to block it, but the feeling of being watched didn't stop. On the contrary, it got worse and worse. I could no longer see the shadow, but I knew it was there. Behind the glass, ready to come out. The night passed agonizingly slowly. I sat trembling on the bed, unable to move. Every minute felt like an eternity, and the scratching didn't stop. It was as if the mirror itself had come alive. Around 3 a.m., the scratching suddenly stopped. An eerie silence settled over the room, and I knew I was not alone. I don't know how long I waited in this state of paralysis before I dared to look at the mirror again. When I finally turned my head, I saw it, the shadow. It was standing directly in the mirror now, just a step away from me, as if waiting for me to acknowledge it. My breath caught. The room suddenly felt tighter, as if the darkness was growing out of the mirror and wrapping itself around me. I wanted to scream, but no sound passed my lips. It was as if the air around me had frozen. The shadow didn't move, yet its presence was overwhelming. I could feel it staring at me, even though I couldn't make out any eyes. It was a gaze that penetrated deep into me, into my thoughts. I stood up and stumbled backward toward the door, my legs shaking beneath me, but the shadow in the mirror remained motionless, as if it knew I couldn't escape. In that moment, I felt that the mirror had trapped me. I left the room without looking back, but even as I walked down the hall, I felt the coldness of the mirror on the back of my neck. After that night, I knew I could never go back to that room. I packed my things and left the hotel early in the morning without looking back, but the feeling of being watched didn't stop. Even at home, far away from the hotel, I could still hear the scratching. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, an after effect of what I had experienced, but with each passing day, the sound grew louder and clearer. I began to avoid the mirrors in my apartment. Every time I looked into one, I had the feeling that something was lurking in the depths of the glass. It wasn't the same shadow I had seen in the hotel, but it was something. At night, I heard the scratching as if it was coming from the walls. It kept me from sleeping. I knew I hadn't escaped the shadow. It had followed me, and now it was here in my apartment, behind every mirror, in every reflection. It was as if the shadow had taken a part of me, and now I couldn't get rid of it. Desperate, I searched for answers. I remembered the words of the woman in the hotel and started researching room 17. I found old reports about previous guests who had similar experiences. Some had complained about the mirror, others had disappeared without a trace. It seemed the mirror had claimed many victims over the years. There was no concrete information about the mirror's origin, but there were rumors that it had been hanging there for centuries. Some said it was cursed, others, that it was a gateway to another world. I didn't know what to believe, but one thing was clear. The mirror was not an ordinary object. It was a link between our world and something dark, and I had unleashed it when I looked into it. Anyone who looked into it was at the mercy of the shadow, and now I was its next victim. In my despair, I decided to face the shadow. I couldn't run away anymore. I placed an old mirror in the middle of my room and sat down in front of it, determined not to look away no matter what happened. The scratching started immediately. It was as if the shadow had been waiting for me to look at it again. My heart raced and sweat ran down my forehead, but I stayed seated, my eyes fixed on the glass. At first, I saw nothing, but after a while, the shadow began to show itself. It was hidden deep in the mirror, but it was getting closer, slowly but relentlessly. The air in the room grew heavy, and I could barely breathe. The darkness seemed to stream out of the mirror to devour me. I reached for a heavy object and threw it with all my might against the mirror. The glass shattered, but instead of disappearing, the shadow now seemed to writhe out of the fragments. I had made a mistake. I had freed it. When I realized what I had done, sheer panic overwhelmed me. The shadow was no longer just in the mirror, but in the room with me. I could feel its presence as if it was enveloping me. The darkness was so thick that I could hardly see. I tried to flee the room, but the shadow followed me. No matter where I looked, there were reflections in windows, in glass doors, on shiny surfaces. The shadow lurked in every one of them. I ran out of the house, not knowing where to go, but it was no use. The shadow was everywhere. I knew I couldn't escape it. It was only a matter of time until it completely devoured me. The night was cold, and I could hear the scratching again, this time louder than ever before. It was as if the shadow was watching me mockingly from the darkness, knowing I had no chance. Months have passed since I left the hotel, but the shadow has never truly let go of me. Every night I dream of it. In every dream, I stand before the mirror again, and behind me it waits, silent and motionless. I have banished all mirrors from my apartment, but it is no use. I see the shadow everywhere, in windows, on shiny surfaces. In the darkness of my mind, it feels as if it has deeply etched itself into my soul, and I know there is no escape. The scratching is now ubiquitous, day and night. It haunts me, getting louder and louder, and I know the moment is near. The shadow will come for me, just as it did for all the others before me. I write this as a warning. If you ever go into a hotel and find an old mirror in the room, run away. Don't look into it, because once you see it, it will never let go of you. I was on a long drive across the country when dusk broke, and I decided to spend the night in an old hotel on the outskirts of a small town. The building looked abandoned at first glance and bore the marks of many past decades. It stood lonely, far from any civilization. As I stepped into the lobby, I immediately noticed the musty smell of dampness and decay. An elderly woman sat behind the reception desk and smiled wearily as she handed me the key for room 12. "Just one night?" she asked, as if she knew I wouldn't be able to stand it any longer. Her manner made me nervous, but I decided not to dwell on it. I walked through the narrow, poorly lit corridor to my room. The walls were covered with faded wallpaper, and the wood beneath my feet creaked with every step. A strange coldness permeated the building, even though it was summer outside. My room was simply and old-fashionedly furnished. A small bed, a wardrobe, and a table. But it was the oppressive silence that bothered me most. There were no sounds from other guests or staff, only a deep, unnatural quietness that unsettled me from the start. It must have been well past midnight when I was suddenly jolted awake. It was pitch black outside, and the hotel lay in complete silence. But something had woken me up, a faint, barely audible whispering that seemed to fill the room. I lay still and listened as my heart rate accelerated. The voices sounded like the whispering of children. They spoke to each other, almost playfully, but the words were incomprehensible. I told myself it was just a dream, but the voices became clearer, as if they were coming from the walls. I sat up and looked around the room. Nothing moved, but the voices remained. Cautiously, I stood up and went to the door, opened it quietly, and peered out into the dark hallway. Nothing was visible, but the whispering suddenly stopped, so abruptly that a shiver ran down my spine. I closed the door and lay back down in bed, but the unrest remained. The children's voices had branded themselves into my consciousness, and although it was now silent, I felt watched. The next morning, as I left the reception to explore the town, I decided to ask the elderly woman about the voices. "Are there other guests with children here?" I asked cautiously, but her answer made me shudder. "No," she said dryly, looking at me with a strange smile. "There are no children here." Something about her reply disturbed me. It sounded like she knew exactly what I had heard, but as she turned away, I knew I wouldn't get any further answers. It was as if she wanted to hide something. When I was walking through the town later, I casually mentioned to a shop owner that I was staying at the old hotel. To my surprise, he immediately became serious. "The old hotel, did you know it used to be an orphanage?" he said softly. "They say you can still hear the voices of the children there." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The connection between the hotel and the orphanage was clear. I began to realize that the children I had heard in the night might never have truly left. The second night, I lay awake in bed, waiting. almost in a state of nervous anticipation. I couldn't get what the shop owner had told me out of my head. The hotel, once an orphanage, carried the burden of a dark chapter in its history, and the children's voices I had heard now made more sense. It was shortly after midnight when I heard them again. This time the voices were clearer, as if the children were standing right outside my door. They whispered and giggled as if playing an invisible game, yet their words remained incomprehensible. I sat up, feeling my heart pound in my throat. I stood up and went to the door, opened it carefully, and stepped out into the dark hallway. The voices immediately stopped, but I had the feeling of not being alone. The hallway seemed longer and darker than before, and a strange crackling sound was in the air. I returned to the room, closed the door, and leaned heavily against it. The coldness crawled into my bones, and I could no longer hear the voices, but I knew they were there, somewhere in the hotel, watching me, and they didn't want me to leave. The next morning, the atmosphere in the hotel was even more oppressive. I couldn't ignore the connection between the old orphanage and the hotel. Determined to find out more, I visited the town library to search through old records. There, I stumbled upon newspaper articles that revealed the building's grim past. Many decades ago, the hotel had been an orphanage where children had died during an epidemic. The report spoke of mysterious deaths and unsolved incidents in which children disappeared inexplicably. The orphanage was subsequently closed and converted into a hotel years later, but some believed that the souls of the children who died there never found peace. There were rumors that hotel guests repeatedly heard the voices of the deceased children at night. With every detail I read, it became clear to me that the hotel was more than just a simple building. It was a place haunted by the past, and the children's voices I heard were a part of this dark history. Back at the hotel, a crushing silence hung over the building. It felt as if knowing the history of the place had doubled the weight of the air. The walls, which had once housed laughter and joy, now bore the marks of an unresolved fate. That night, the voices were not just whispering. They were clearer, louder, almost demanding. It sounded as if the children were calling me, as if they wanted me to understand something. It was as if they were telling me a story that I couldn't hear, but that still resonated in my mind. I lay still in bed, unable to move, while the voices whispered, laughed, and then fell silent around me. Then I heard it, light, barely audible footsteps like those of children running barefoot across the old wooden floor. The footsteps came closer, and I felt an ice-cold draft swirling around me. I opened my eyes, but the darkness in the room was impenetrable. Suddenly, I felt small, invisible hands pulling at my blanket, as if the children wanted to draw me into their world. When morning broke, I was convinced I couldn't spend another night in this hotel. Fear had settled over my mind like a shadow, and I couldn't bear the children's voices any longer. I hastily packed my things and rushed to the reception, determined to leave the hotel. But to my surprise, the elderly woman who had greeted me upon arrival was nowhere to be found. The reception was empty, and the entire hotel seemed abandoned. A suffocating feeling overcame me when I realized I couldn't open the main door. It was locked. Panic rose in me. I ran through the corridors, searching for another exit, but every attempt led nowhere. It was as if the hotel didn't want to let me go, as if the walls were turning against me. The children's voices started again, this time louder and more sinister, as if they wanted to lure me deeper into the building. I finally found myself in front of an old, half-dilapidated door that I hadn't noticed before. The voices seemed to be coming from behind it. Hesitantly, I pushed the handle down and stepped in. The room I entered was old, dusty, and cluttered with broken toys. It must have been the former playroom of the orphanage. The air was stuffy and smelled of decay, and the darkness penetrated every corner. It was as if this room hadn't been entered for years. I walked slowly through the room, feeling the children's voices growing louder, as if they were watching me. In the corner stood an old dollhouse, half decayed and covered in cobwebs. As I approached, I felt a coldness sweep through the room and the voices fell silent. My heart pounded as I opened the dollhouse. Inside, I found old, faded pictures of children, their faces full of innocence. But their eyes seemed to stare at me, as if they were looking for help. I knew this was the place where it all began. The children had died here, and their souls had never been freed. A sudden giggle behind me made me freeze. I turned around, but the room was empty. Suddenly, the air in the room became ice cold. The temperature dropped so fast that I could see my own breath. The children's voices were now everywhere, whispering, laughing, and calling. It was as if they were circling me, invisible but palpable. My body was paralyzed, unable to flee. Then I saw it, a small figure, barely bigger than a child, emerging from the shadows in the corner of the room. Its face was pale and ghostly, its eyes empty. It stood motionless, staring at me. I couldn't look away as my heart pounded wildly in my chest. The figure didn't move, yet its presence was overwhelming. It felt as if it was urging me to do something, as if it was asking me for help. But I was too frightened to react. Instead, I felt an invisible coldness enveloping me, as if the ghosts wanted to pull me into their world. I stumbled backward out of the room, the voices of the children still echoing in my ears as I slammed the door shut, but I knew there was no way out. Back in my room, I tried to process what I had seen. The children who had died in the orphanage had never found peace in this hotel. Their ghosts were trapped here, and I had awakened them. I began to research further and came across reports from other guests who had similar experiences. Many spoke of the children's voices they heard at night, of invisible touches and inexplicable cold shivers, but no one knew how to break the hotel's curse. The more I read, the clearer it became to me that I had become part of this haunting. The children's ghosts had found me, and they wouldn't let me go until I understood what they wanted. It wasn't just curiosity. They needed something, and I knew I had to find out what it was. I knew I couldn't run away any longer. In one last desperate act, I decided to return to the room, hoping to redeem the children and end the haunting. I wanted to help them find peace so they could finally let go. When I went back into the abandoned playroom, the darkness seemed even denser. The coldness immediately surrounded me, and the children's voices whispered softly, almost like an inaudible giggle. I knelt down and spoke aloud, telling them I wanted to help, but instead of relief, the voices grew louder, aggressive. It was as if the children didn't want me to help them. Suddenly, I felt the same invisible presence as before. The coldness gripped me, and I knew I wouldn't succeed. The children didn't want to leave. They were bound to this place, and nothing I could do would redeem them. I felt the darkness seize me, and I was powerless as the coldness crept into my bones. It's hard to say how long I've been here. The days and nights blur, and I've stopped counting them. The children's voices constantly accompany me day and night. It's as if I've become part of this place, just like them. Every attempt to leave the hotel ends in nothing. I always find the same corridor, the same doors, and the voices get louder and louder. They won't let me go. It's as if the hotel has taken me in as part of its curse. The invisible hands, the coldness. The voices, they are always with me. I am now a prisoner of this place, just like the children, and there is no escape. I have understood that I will never escape. The children's ghosts have held me captive here, and I am lost. If you read this, be warned. Never enter this old hotel. And if you hear the children's voices, run, because once you are here, there is no escape. It was one of those evenings when all I wanted was peace and quiet after a tiring business trip, so I decided to stay in a renowned luxury hotel right in the city center. Just looking at the building, a modern skyscraper whose glass facade gleamed in the evening light, gave me a good feeling. The lobby was breathtaking, with marble floors, sparkling chandeliers, and impeccably dressed staff who greeted me warmly. The receptionist welcomed me with a smile that, however, lingered a moment too long. It felt as if she was looking at me too closely before handing me the key to room 215. As I walked down the corridor to reach my room, I noticed the oppressive silence. No sound, not even the hum of air conditioning or the whispering of other guests. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, and the walls seemed to amplify the silence, making the lighting cast long shadows that made the way seem eerier. My room was bright and modern, with a large window front that offered a view of the city, but as soon as the door closed behind me, a peculiar coldness spread. The room felt empty and yet oppressive, as if it were hiding something. It wasn't just the silence that bothered me, but a deep-seated feeling of being watched. I sank onto the bed, my limbs heavy from the journey, but the discomfort remained. It was as if the room was waiting for me, as if something was lurking beneath the pristine surface. I tried to shake off the feeling and decided to take a hot shower to relax. In the bathroom, the steam from the shower seemed to ease the tension, and for a moment I let the hotel's tranquility wash over me. But suddenly I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway outside my room. They were heavy and slow, almost like the shuffling of a tired guest dragging themselves down the hall. My heart started beating faster as I turned off the water and listened. The steps stopped directly outside my door. A shiver ran down my spine as I felt that someone or something was waiting on the other side of the door. The air in my bathroom suddenly seemed much cooler, and I felt my breath hitch. With trembling hands, I wrapped myself in a towel and cautiously approached the door. I pressed my ear against the wood and waited. Silence. The footsteps had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence behind the door. With one last deep breath, I opened the door a crack. The hallway was completely empty. No sound, no movement, only the crushing silence that immediately returned as if nothing had ever happened. But the discomfort in my chest wouldn't go away. I closed the door hastily and tried to forget what I had seen, but the thought that someone had stood outside my door continued to haunt me. Back in the room, I felt the coldness coming not only from the room but also from within. It was more than just imagination. Something was wrong here. The night passed restlessly, and every attempt to find sleep failed. Several times I was startled awake, not knowing what had roused me. Around 2 a.m., I suddenly heard a faint knock on my door. My heart skipped a beat. Someone was there again. The knocking repeated, this time louder, more insistent. My thoughts raced. Who was it? Another guest, a staff member, or something else. The hallway had been empty. I had seen it myself. Slowly, I sat up, my entire body tense as if any movement could trigger an avalanche. I crept toward the door, my steps silent on the carpet, but my heartbeat pounded in my ears. As I pressed the handle down and opened the door, I saw nothing. The hallway was empty again, yet the air was cool, and the smell of old wood and dust rose in my nose. Even though the hotel was modern and well-maintained, I closed the door with trembling hands and turned the latch. Whatever was going on here, it wasn't normal. Maybe I had imagined everything, but the events of the night left me no peace. The coldness, the footsteps, and now the knocking, everything felt wrong. I lay back down in bed, but sleep wouldn't return. Every minute in this oppressive silence dragged on endlessly. It felt as if the hotel itself was breathing, as if it were an invisible force clutching at me. The next morning, I decided to ignore the eerie occurrences of the night and focus on my day. But as I entered the lobby for breakfast, I immediately noticed a man in the corner observing me, silent and motionless. He wore an old-fashioned suit that didn't fit the modern ambience of the hotel. His face was pale, almost lifeless, and his eyes seemed empty, as if they were looking right through me. A chilling feeling crept up my spine as our gazes met for a moment. It was as if he was waiting for me. I lowered my eyes and tried to avoid the uncomfortable feeling by sitting down in the breakfast room, but the image of the man wouldn't leave me. While I drank my coffee, I constantly had the feeling that his eyes were still resting on me, even though he wasn't near me. After I had eaten, I looked around cautiously, but the man was gone. The sudden emptiness he left behind worried me even more. It was as if he had dissolved into thin air. To distract myself from my unease, I spoke to one of the hotel employees. I casually described the stranger, but the answer chilled my blood. "We don't have a guest who looks like that," he said. The feeling that something was fundamentally wrong crept into my consciousness like a shadow. Who was this man, and why had he disappeared so suddenly? That night, I lay awake, unable to sleep, the images of the sinister stranger in my head. It was almost midnight when I suddenly heard noises from the next room. It sounded like someone was moving furniture. The shrill scraping of wood on the floor was clearly audible. My body froze as I listened. The noises grew louder, as if someone was desperately trying to rearrange the room, but then, just as suddenly as they had begun, they stopped. A deep silence settled over the room, so suffocating that I could barely breathe. I went to the wall and pressed my ear against it to hear better, but nothing stirred. The silence was almost painful, and the coldness in the room intensified. I pulled back, wondering if I should check, but fear held me back. My head was full of questions. Who was in the next room? Why did it sound like someone was there? And why did the noises stop so suddenly? Everything in me screamed for me to leave this hotel. But I knew I had to face the truth. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Every minute dragged on, and the feeling that I wasn't alone grew more intense. The thought that something dark was lurking in this hotel wouldn't let me go. The next morning, I couldn't forget the eerie noises of the night. They haunted me even as I sat at breakfast. I decided to approach the reception to ask about the guest in the room next door. Perhaps there was a logical explanation that would provide me with relief. Who is staying in the room next to mine? I asked the receptionist casually, but the answer I received sent a shiver down my spine. "Room 213 is empty," she said with a detached smile. Her gaze seemed almost threatening for a moment, as if she knew something she didn't want to say. My heart raced. How could the room be empty when I had so clearly heard the noises in the night? I couldn't have possibly imagined it. There had to be someone there, but who or what? These thoughts instilled a deep fear in me that wouldn't let go. As I walked down the corridor, I noticed that the door to room 213 was slightly ajar. An uneasy feeling crept up in me. Should I look? Part of me desperately wanted to find out, but at the same time, I felt it would be better to keep away. Nevertheless, I moved closer, almost drawn by an invisible force. But just before I touched the door, I heard the faint scraping of furniture again. My heart stopped, and I instinctively took a step back. Without further thought, I turned around and quickly went back to my room. I closed the door behind me and bolted it tightly. Whatever was going on in room 213, I didn't want to find out. Back in my room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to find out more about this hotel. Something was wrong here, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. In the afternoon, I went to the city library and started searching for information about the hotel. After a while, I came across an old newspaper article that confirmed my worst fears. Many years ago, in the 1950s, the hotel had been a boarding house. A man who lived in room 213 had disappeared without a trace one day. The article mentioned that after his disappearance, guests repeatedly reported strange occurrences in the room. The reports were disturbing: furniture moving on its own, shadows lurking in the corners of the room, and the feeling of constantly being watched. Some guests claimed they had seen the man who had disappeared, as if he still lived in room 213. It suddenly became clear to me that this man was the stranger I had seen. My heart started beating faster as I read on. Room 213 had not been occupied for decades, and the hotel management intentionally kept it closed to prevent further incidents. but it seemed that the room continued to attract guests, and now I was the next one caught up in this eerie story. I put the newspaper back and left the library with a lump in my throat. The hotel was cursed, and the man from room 213 was still there. But what did he want from me, and most importantly, was it possible to escape this curse? That night, I heard noises again, this time not from the room next door, but from my own room. I was lying awake when the armchair in the corner of the room suddenly began to move. At first, it was just a faint creak, but then I clearly heard it scraping across the floor, as if someone invisible was pulling it. My breath caught, and my body was paralyzed. I couldn't form a clear thought as I stared at the armchair moving slowly and methodically. In that moment, I was convinced I was not alone. A coldness crept into my limbs, and my heart hammered wildly in my chest. Then I heard it, the faint giggle of a child. It seemed to come from the walls, like an echo that had lodged itself in my head. My hands trembled as I tried to get up. The air in the room was so cold that I felt it would freeze my lungs. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the door, but before I could open it, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I turned around, but no one was there. Panic seized me, and I tore open the door to flee into the hallway. The hallway was empty, but the feeling that something was pursuing me wouldn't let go. I ran down the hallway, my breath coming fast and the giggle still echoing in my ears. Whatever was lurking in this hotel, it didn't want to let me go. When I finally stopped, I had the feeling that the hotel was turning against me. The corridors seemed to grow longer and darker, and every step I took sounded unnaturally loud. It was as if the hotel was alive and pushing me into its dark corners where there was no escape. I reached the lobby, but it was deserted. No staff, no guests, only the oppressive silence that enveloped me. Suddenly, I felt the temperature drop even further, and I knew the stranger was back. I turned around and saw him standing silently in the corner, staring at me. His eyes were empty, but his presence was overwhelming. He slowly advanced towards me without saying a word. My body was paralyzed, unable to react. I felt he wanted to communicate something to me, but I was too frightened to understand it. Every step he took made the darkness around me denser. In my mind, I fought against the paralyzing feeling, but my legs seemed rooted to the ground. The coldness crept deeper into my body, and I knew I couldn't escape this man. He wanted me, and the hotel was his prison. When he was only a few steps away from me, I finally found the strength to move. I broke free and ran back to my room. The door slammed shut behind me, but the feeling that I was trapped grew stronger. The next day, I decided to find out more about the hotel. I knew the answer lay somewhere in the history of this place, so I returned to the library and searched through old newspapers and records. It didn't take long until I came across more reports of strange occurrences in the hotel. In the 1950s, the building was not a luxurious accommodation, but an old boarding house. There had been reports of mysterious disappearances that were never solved. One case in particular caught my attention. A man who had lived in room 213 for years had disappeared without a trace one day, and his room had remained unoccupied ever since. The police had never been able to solve the case, but there were numerous rumors. Other guests claimed to have heard strange noises from the room, and some even reported having seen the man long after he had disappeared. It was as if the hotel had never let him go. The more I read, the clearer it became to me that this hotel was not a normal place. It was a prison for souls who had never left, and the man from room 213 was not the only one trapped. And now, it seemed, I was the next victim of this sinister place. With a heavy feeling in my stomach, I left the library. I knew I had to leave the hotel before it completely swallowed me, but deep down, I felt it wouldn't be that easy. When I was back at the hotel, I was determined to leave immediately. I hastily packed my things and headed for the reception, but the lobby was deserted, no staff, no guests. The large entrance door, my last hope of escape, was locked. I rattled the handle, but it didn't budge an inch. Panic overwhelmed me as I ran through the hotel corridors, desperately searching for an exit, but the further I ran, the more the hotel seemed to change before my eyes. Corridors that were previously short stretched out endlessly. Doors that should have led me outside disappeared. With every step, the realization dawned that the hotel wouldn't let me go. It was as if the building itself was holding me captive, pulling me deeper into its dark corners. Finally, I stopped, gasping for breath, my heart racing and my legs giving way. Then I saw him again, the sinister man. He stood at the end of the corridor, watching me. This time, there was no doubt I was caught in an endless loop just like him. The hotel had cast its spell on me, and there was no escape left. It was late at night when I finally understood that there was no way out. The hotel had trapped me, just as it had trapped the man in room 213. The sinister stranger who had pursued me for so long was not just a guest. He was a part of the hotel, and now I was too. I sat in the lobby, surrounded by the overwhelming silence when the man appeared again. This time he approached me slowly and deliberately until he was only a few steps away from me. His eyes were cold, empty, yet I felt he wanted to communicate something to me. "It's time," his gaze seemed to say without speaking a word. I felt the coldness of the hotel creeping into my bones. The air around me grew heavier, and I knew I was next. My body trembled as I understood that I could no longer escape this place. The man turned and slowly walked toward room 213. Unwillingly, I followed him, as if an invisible force compelled me. The door to room 213 was wide open when we arrived. The darkness behind it seemed to swallow me, and the coldness became unbearable. The last thing I saw before the darkness completely enveloped me was the old guest book on the table. My name was already in it, with no departure date. It was my turn. It was late when I arrived in the small town, feeling exhausted after hours of driving, and all I wanted was to find a bed to sleep in. The only hotel I could find was on a dark side street. It was old and looked abandoned, but the room-free sign was blinking faintly, so I decided to go in. The feeling that came over me as I opened the door was hard to explain. Something about the place didn't seem right, but I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The lobby was empty, and the air was cool. A woman appeared behind the reception desk after a few minutes. She barely looked up as she wordlessly handed me the key to room 17. At the end of the hall, she said quietly, without really looking at me. Something about her expression made me shiver, but I was too tired to think about it further. All I wanted was to go to bed. The hallway I walked down seemed much longer than I had expected. My footsteps echoed loudly, and the wallpaper looked old and worn. With every step, the feeling of unease within me grew. Maybe it was just fatigue, but I couldn't shake the thought that something was wrong with this place. When I finally reached the door to room 17, I hesitated for a moment. The door was a little jammed, as if it hadn't been used for a long time, but I pushed it open. The room was surprisingly large, but the furniture looked old and dusty. The air was stale, and even though I opened the windows, the uncomfortable feeling seemed to linger in the room. I lay down in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I tossed and turned, but something about this place wouldn't let me rest. Eventually, I fell into a restless sleep, but even in my dreams, something dark seemed to be lurking. The next morning, I woke up exhausted. The night had been quiet, yet I felt like I hadn't slept at all. The air in the room was heavy and stuffy. I drew the curtains and looked out onto the street, but to my surprise, it was completely empty. No cars, no people, nothing. It was as if the town was deserted. I decided to go to the reception to ask for breakfast, or at least for information about the area, but when I got there, the woman from last night was nowhere to be seen. The reception was deserted. There were no signs of life in the hotel, and the silence was oppressive. I called out for her, but the only response was the buzzing of the lamps. I tried to remain calm. Maybe she had just stepped out briefly. I decided to explore the town, but everything outside seemed strange too. The few people I saw didn't seem to notice me. It was as if I were invisible. The eerie feeling I had since arriving at the hotel grew, and I felt too isolated. All day long, I couldn't shake the discomfort. It was as if something was in the air, something constantly watching me. I felt unwelcome in this town, but I couldn't quite say why. I hoped I could leave the hotel soon. When I returned to the hotel, the hallway seemed even longer than the evening before. Every step echoed menacingly, and the feeling of apprehension intensified. When I returned to my room, something immediately caught my attention. On the nightstand lay a small piece of paper that I hadn't seen before. "Are you sure you're alone?" was written on it. My heart skipped a beat as I read the words. Who had put this note here? I had locked the door when I left. I frantically searched the room, opening wardrobes and looking under the bed, but nothing indicated that anyone had been here. The door had been locked, and there were no signs of a break-in. Yet the note was clearly real, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I tried to calm myself and find logical explanations. Maybe it was just a silly joke by the staff or a mistake, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. There was no reason for anyone to have entered my room, and yet this note was there. I spent the rest of the evening in constant tension. Every small sound, the creaking of the furniture, the faint buzzing of the lamps made me jump. I lay down in bed, but I couldn't sleep. I felt as if someone was watching me through the room. The entire night I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. When morning broke, I was exhausted, and the uncomfortable feeling was stronger than ever before. The next morning, I decided to leave the hotel. Something about this place was wrong, and I didn't want to stay any longer. I hastily packed my things and went to the reception, but the woman was still not there. The hotel seemed empty, and a disturbing silence lay in the air. It felt as if I was the only guest, or worse, the only person in the entire building. I tried to open the entrance door, but it was locked. A suffocating feeling crept up in me, and I started rattling the door, but nothing moved. There was no explanation for why it was locked. Desperate, I walked through the corridors, searching for another exit, but every door I tried was also locked. The corridors seemed to stretch, as if the hotel had conspired against me. Every step I took was accompanied by a crushing silence, and the feeling of being trapped here grew stronger. I started knocking on the doors, hoping someone might be in one of the rooms, but no answer came. I finally returned to my room, exhausted and frightened. The darkness set in earlier than usual, and the silence became even more oppressive. It was as if the hotel was intentionally holding me captive, as if it didn't want me to leave. The air in the room grew heavy, and the feeling of confinement increased. I sat down on the bed and tried to gather my thoughts, but the question of whether I would ever get out of this place gnawed at me. That night, I was awakened by a sound, footsteps in the hallway, slow, heavy steps approaching my room. My heart started beating faster, and I held my breath. The steps grew louder until they stopped right outside my door. I lay motionless in bed, unable to move. A faint knock sounded. It wasn't a demanding knock, but a rhythmic, quiet sound that nevertheless shook me to the core. Something in me knew I shouldn't open the door. The fear that gripped me was overwhelming, and I couldn't say why. It was as if something was lurking behind the door, just waiting for me to make a mistake. The knocking stopped after a few minutes, but the steps remained. I could feel that someone or something was out there, watching me. After a while, the steps slowly moved away, and an eerie silence returned. The next morning, when I opened the door, the hallway was empty. There were no signs that anyone had been there during the night. Nevertheless, the fear I had felt was real. I began to seriously doubt my sanity. Was I alone here, or was the hotel playing a cruel game with me? In the morning, my first thought was to leave the hotel as quickly as possible, but when I tried to open the door, it was locked again. It was as if the hotel had decided not to let me go. I rattled the handle desperately, but it didn't move. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The hotel had trapped me, and I didn't know why. I decided to look for another exit. Maybe there was a back door or an emergency exit I had overlooked. As I walked down the corridors, they felt as if they were stretching. Every step echoed loudly, and the walls seemed closer than I remembered. It was as if the hotel was turning against me, pulling me deeper into its core. Every door I tried was locked. The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, and the air grew heavier. I knocked on every door I found, but no answer came. It was as if the hotel was completely empty, yet the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. It was as if the walls had eyes that followed me wherever I went. Finally, I found a narrow staircase leading down to the basement. Hesitantly, I went down the steps, hoping to find an exit there, but the basement was dark and damp, and it smelled of decay. The faint lighting made shadows dance on the walls, and I had the feeling that I wasn't alone. When I couldn't find a way out, I finally returned to my room, the feeling of confinement unbearable, and it was clear that I was trapped in this hotel. The only question was, how much longer could I endure this? In my room, I sank exhausted onto the bed, my heart still pounding from the panic that had overcome me in the basement. But then I noticed something that made my breath catch. On the nightstand lay an old, dusty newspaper article that I hadn't seen before. Where had it come from? I had locked the door. The article reported a fire that had occurred in this hotel many years ago. Several guests had died in it, and the hotel had subsequently been closed for a long time. An eerie feeling came over me as I read the lines. The stories of disappeared guests who were never found matched what I was experiencing. It was as if the hotel had kept them for itself. Panic rose in me as I thought about it. Was I next? Was I also destined to be lost forever in the corridors of this hotel? I couldn't grasp it, but deep down, I knew that something in this hotel wasn't normal. It was playing a game with me, and I was losing my mind. I tried to calm myself. Maybe the article was just a coincidence, something that had been forgotten, but that made no sense. Someone had deliberately left it here. But who? The receptionist. Or something else that resided here. I couldn't explain it. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump, and the silence was even more oppressive than before. It was as if the hotel was waiting for me to finally give up. The next morning, I was determined to go to the reception and demand answers. To my surprise, the receptionist was back in her seat as if nothing had happened. She looked at me with her empty, expressionless face as I approached her. "Can I help you?" she asked in a voice so calm and composed that it sent a shiver down my spine. I asked her why the doors were locked and if she knew anything about the newspaper article, but her only answer was a vague smile. "Some guests stay longer than they should," she said calmly, looking me directly in the eyes. Her words made my blood run cold. What did she mean by that? Was I one of those guests? I wanted to question her further, but she didn't seem willing to tell me more. Her expression remained inscrutable, and I felt I wouldn't get any further answers from her. Confused and frightened, I returned to my room. Her words echoed in my head. Some guests stay longer than they should. Was I now one of those guests? The silence in the room seemed more oppressive than before, and the feeling that something inevitable was coming increased. I knew I had to make a decision soon. Either I found a way out, or I would stay here forever. The next few days passed in a kind of haze. Every night, I heard the footsteps in the hallway, and every time there was a knock on my door, but I couldn't bring myself to open it. The fear surrounding me was overwhelming. It was as if the hotel had me completely in its clutches. I started to doubt my sanity. Was all this real, or was I just a victim of my own paranoia? I tried to leave the hotel several times, but every attempt failed. The doors remained locked, and the corridors seemed to change. It was as if the building was alive and playing with me. Every time I tried to find a way out, it only led me deeper into its dark corners. I felt like a rat in a labyrinth without end. The pressure I was under became unbearable. The constant silence, the endless corridors, and the feeling that something was watching me brought me to the brink of madness. In my mind, there was no clear way out anymore. All I could do was continue wandering through the corridors, hoping to find an exit, but there was none. Every night, the darkness grew denser, and the footsteps in the hallway grew louder. I began to believe that it was something beyond my imagination that was haunting me. Maybe it was the spirit of the hotel itself, holding me captive in its clutches, or maybe I had just gone crazy. At the end of each night, I returned to my room, exhausted and disheartened. The darkness seemed to envelop me, and I knew I couldn't hold out much longer. With the desperate realization that I would soon lose my mind, I decided to make one last attempt to escape the hotel. It was the middle of the night, and the hotel was deathly quiet. The footsteps in the hallway had stopped, and everything seemed to be waiting for what would happen next. I packed my things and crept out of the room. The hallway was shrouded in deep shadows, and the air was heavy with an oppressive silence. Every step I took sounded like a thunderclap in my ears. I knew this was my last chance. Either I found a way out, or I would be trapped here forever. I went straight to the entrance door and rattled the handle desperately, but as before, the door was locked. This time, however, I was determined not to be defeated so easily. I searched for a window I could break, a ventilation shaft, anything that would bring me freedom. But no matter where I went, there was no way out. It was as if the hotel had sealed all escape routes. The walls seemed to move, and the darkness seemed to come alive. I began to lose my mind as I tried to grasp the logic of the situation. How could I be so trapped without any explanation? Finally, I gave up. I sank exhausted to the floor and felt the darkness enveloping me. The hotel had defeated me, and I knew I would stay here forever. After giving up on my last attempt to escape, I returned to my room. The silence was suffocating, and the darkness in the room seemed even denser than before. I sat down on the bed, unable to form a clear thought. Everything I had previously believed, that there could be a way out, was now meaningless. The hotel had defeated me. The footsteps in the hallway returned, but this time they sounded different, slower, heavier, as if something was coming for me but wasn't in a hurry. I lay still in bed, too afraid to open the door or even make a sound. I knew it was pointless to resist. Something was after me, and it was only a matter of time before it got me. The light in the room began to flicker faintly, and the shadows on the walls danced in an eerie rhythm. It felt as if the hotel itself had come alive, as if it wanted to completely enclose me. Every corner, every angle of the room seemed to turn against me. I no longer knew what was real and what wasn't. That night, it became clear to me that I was trapped here forever. There was no escape. The darkness I felt was not just physical, it was also in my head. I began to understand that the hotel was influencing me in ways I couldn't comprehend. It was playing with my thoughts, distorting my perception. Everything I felt was part of a plan to drive me insane. I didn't know how much longer I would hold out. The hotel wanted me, and I was already on the verge of belonging to it. When the next morning dawned, I felt completely empty. I no longer had the courage, no longer the will to try to escape again. The door to my room remained locked, and I knew it would never open again. I had become part of this place, just like the walls, the ceiling, and the darkness that surrounded me. I sat down on the bed and let my gaze wander around the room. There was nothing that made sense anymore. I felt like I no longer existed, at least not in the way I knew it. I was now just a shell, trapped in an endless cycle of fear and hopelessness. The footsteps in the hallway no longer returned. The silence was all-encompassing, and I knew this was my fate. The realization that I would never escape had become deeply ingrained in me. The hotel had completely pulled me into its darkness, and there was nothing I could do about it. The question of how long I would still be here had become meaningless. It was no longer time that mattered. It was the hotel holding me captive. It was the darkness devouring me piece by piece. I knew I would be here forever, like many before me who had never escaped. The hotel had swallowed them all, and now it was my turn. As I closed my eyes, I felt the darkness completely enveloping me. There was no escape anymore. I was lost. It was a cool, windy night when I decided to enter the abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city. This building had long exerted a certain pull on me, even though I knew the rumors of strange occurrences there. I was never one to believe in ghosts or supernatural phenomena, but something wouldn't let me rest. As I walked through the desolate area, this feeling intensified. The streetlights flickered, and the wind seemed to howl through the empty windows of the building. It was as if the hospital itself was anticipating my arrival. Hardly had I reached the gate when an unease overcame me. The rusty metal bars looked like the teeth of a giant monster, ready to swallow me whole. Despite my inner warning, I stepped forward. The path was weathered and the grass grew tall, as if nature had long given up on this place. Above me, the massive building loomed, its windows like empty eyes that seemed to observe everything. The moon shone only weakly through the clouds, and everything moved with the wind that swept through the bare trees. I stopped in front of the entrance door. It was large, old, and heavy, yet it moved silently when I pushed it open. A faint squeak accompanied my step as I entered, and an intense smell of mold and decay immediately hit me. The place seemed to have been abandoned for decades, but still, I had the feeling I was not alone. I couldn't explain why, but the air was filled with a strange, almost electric energy. Every step I took echoed through the abandoned corridors, as if the building was reacting to me. The darkness was omnipresent. My flashlight cast only weak beams of light into the endless hallways, and dust danced in the light. Everywhere were signs of decay, peeling paint, broken furniture, and old medical equipment that had long rusted. Yet, everything seemed to be exactly as it was on the day it was abandoned when the last people left this place. A coldness crept through the walls, a coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the kind of cold that chills you to the bone, and I couldn't help but look around to see if someone was watching me. I went deeper into the hospital. The long corridor stretched before me like an endless labyrinth. Old posters still hung on the walls, reminding former patients of vaccinations and treatments. It was eerie how vividly these small details brought the image of people who were once healed here to life before me. But now, nothing was left but silence. The paint peeled from the walls, and now and then I heard the distant clinking of a broken window vibrating in the wind. Every corner of this corridor seemed to transport me back to a different time. The floor beneath my feet crunched with every step, as if the centuries-old substance was slowly giving way. I couldn't explain why, but I felt more and more observed, as if something was watching me from the shadows of the doorways. There was no indication that anyone else was in this hospital, but the feeling of being watched was not reassuring. Instead, I felt a growing sense of anxiety that literally crushed me. Suddenly, I froze. A soft sound, like the whisper of a child, was heard from the darkness. My heartbeat accelerated. It was so faint that I wondered if it wasn't the wind passing through the dilapidated walls. But the whisper repeated itself. "Come to us," I heard it say. It was a gentle voice, almost pleading, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I turned around to look for the source of the sound, but there was nothing but shadows. Suddenly, I felt the cold even more strongly, as if something stood behind me, breathing its icy breath onto my neck. A feeling of panic overwhelmed me. I began to walk faster, but the whispering followed me, faint but persistent. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment I was surrounded by darkness. When the light returned, the corridor seemed longer than before. It was as if the room itself had changed, distorted. I couldn't help but think of all the stories I had heard about this place. Many had claimed that the souls of those who had died here still roamed the hospital, trapped between life and death. Perhaps that was what I was experiencing now. Further down the corridor, I spotted a massive, half-open wooden door. It led into another room, and although I resisted, I was driven by an uncanny curiosity to enter it. When I pushed the door open, a scene awaited me that was even eerier than the rest of the hospital. The room was full of rusty hospital beds, still covered with yellowed sheets. Above the beds, old metal lamps dangled lifelessly from the ceiling. Clear signs of stains resembling blood were still visible on the sheets. A cold shiver ran down my spine. It felt as if time stood still here, as if the room was the only place where the hospital was still alive. Every bed seemed to tell a story, and in my head I imagined who might have lain here once. Were they cured, or did they die in these beds? The whispering that had pursued me earlier was gone, but a deep, eerie silence had taken its place. It was as if the room was waiting for something to happen, or as if it had already happened. I walked slowly through the room, my eyes wandering over the decaying beds and the broken equipment. Something was wrong here. Every time I passed a bed, it seemed as if I perceived a movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked closer, there was nothing. It was a feeling of anxiety that caught my breath. Suddenly, my gaze fell on a single bed at the end of the room. It was the only bed that was perfectly made. The sheets were white, and the metal bars gleamed as if it had been used only yesterday. I approached the bed and felt the air around me thicken. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the bed, but I stopped. Something held me back from touching the bed, and I knew there was no rational explanation for it. An uncanny presence filled the room, and suddenly I heard a soft breathing. But not my own. It came from the direction of the bed, as if someone lay there, invisible to my eyes but perceptible to my senses. I backed away, my heart pounding, and turned to the door, ready to leave this place. Just as I was about to reach the door, I felt an icy draft of air pass by my neck. It was not a natural wind. It felt as if someone or something was standing directly behind me, breathing softly. I spun around abruptly, but there was no one, only the bed. Still perfectly made, as if it was just waiting for its next patient. The temperature in the room had noticeably dropped, and my breathing quickened. Panic gripped me, but my legs seemed glued to the floor. Suddenly, the bedsheet began to move, as if someone was lying underneath and turning over. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was impossible for the bed to move by itself, and yet it was happening right before my eyes. The movement was slow, almost ghostly, and I couldn't help but stare at it, mesmerized. Every fiber of my body screamed that I should run away, but I was paralyzed. It was as if time itself stood still in that moment, while the bed continued to live in an uncanny way. Then I heard it, a soft whimpering coming from the bed. It sounded like someone in great pain, yet no person was visible. The sound was ghostly, like an echo from another time, and it made me tremble. The air in the room seemed to contract more and more, and I felt my heartbeat hammering in my chest. The whimpering grew louder, and suddenly it stopped, as if it had come to an abrupt end. Silence followed, but the silence was oppressive. I stumbled backward away from the bed and finally reached the door. My hand trembled as I grasped the handle and pushed it down. To my relief, the door opened, and I stepped out into the corridor. But hardly had I left the room when I heard a loud knock behind me, as if someone was banging against the door from the inside. My skin tingled with fear. Had that really happened, or was my imagination playing tricks on me? Without checking, I ran down the corridor as fast as I could. As I ran through the long, dilapidated hallways, the hospital seemed to become more and more eerie. The walls seemed to move, as if the shadows within them were alive. Every time I passed a corner, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye that I couldn't explain. It was as if something or someone was following me, but every time I turned around, the corridor was empty. Yet the oppressive silence made me feel that I was not alone. The thought drove me onward, but no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't get away. Then I noticed it. The shadows on the walls were no longer just ordinary shadows. They began to take shape, forming human figures that moved toward me slowly, almost agonizingly slowly. They were blurred like distorted reflections of people, yet I could feel their eyes staring at me. I tried not to look, but the harder I tried, the more difficult it became to look away. It was as if the corridor grew darker and darker, and the shadows took up more space. In a panic, I grabbed my flashlight, which still gave off a faint light, but it didn't seem to help anymore. The darkness was stronger, denser. I could feel the cold breath of the shadows, which were now right behind me. A whispering began again, louder this time, and it sounded like many voices talking simultaneously. "You will never escape," they seemed to say over and over in a gloomy sing-song. My heart pounded, and I knew I had to do something to get out of here before it was too late. I kept running, my legs feeling heavy, and the corridor seemed to stretch endlessly before me. The shadows closed in further and further, and I could feel the cold accompanying them, their icy fingers almost on my neck. Then, just when I thought it was over, I caught sight of a door at the end of the corridor. It was half open, and a faint light shone through. It was my only hope. With all the strength I had left, I ran toward it, even though the shadows were getting closer, their cold fingers practically on my neck. When I reached the door, I pushed it open and stumbled into the room. To my horror, it was completely empty. There were no windows, no furniture, just bare, cold walls. I turned around and tried to close the door behind me, but it was heavy, as if an invisible force was holding it open. The shadows remained in the corridor, not entering the room, but I could feel them watching me from outside. The whispering had stopped, but the silence was even worse, as if they were just waiting for the right moment. I sank to my knees, completely exhausted and unable to form a clear thought. My flashlight had gone out, and I sat in complete darkness. The cold in this room was almost unbearable, and I could see my own breath as I frantically searched for a way out. But there was none. I knew I was trapped. My thoughts began to race. Was this the moment I would go insane, or was the hospital truly cursed? I could no longer distinguish what was real and what was not. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, slow, heavy steps that slowly approached. It was impossible. I was the only one in this room, or was I? I turned around but couldn't see. The steps came closer, and my heartbeat accelerated again. Fear gripped me with full force as I pressed myself against the wall. The steps stopped right in front of me, and even though I couldn't see anyone, I knew that someone or something was standing directly before me. The cold was now unbearable. Time seemed to stand still, and I hardly dared to breathe. Then I heard it again, the soft whispering, this time right next to my ear. "You will stay here," the voice said, and it didn't sound human. In that moment, I knew there was no escape. The darkness had swallowed me, and I was now a part of this place. Only the cold, ghostly whispering accompanied me into the silence. In the darkness of the room, my mind was no longer able to distinguish between reality and delusion. The walls seemed to move as if they were coming toward me. Every breath was labored, and I felt my strength waning. The feeling of being trapped suffocated me. I tried to concentrate to find a way out, but the darkness was too dense. Everything around me seemed to pulsate, as if the room were alive. The steps behind me began again, slower this time. Like a predator that doesn't want to kill its prey immediately. I heard the faint creaking of the floor, but I couldn't see. It felt as if the darkness itself was breathing. My heart pounded, and I fought against the rising panic that threatened to overwhelm me. The walls seemed to narrow, and the room suddenly felt much smaller, as if I were trapped in a cage. I tried to lean against the wall to orient myself, but the cold was unbearable. My fingers felt numb, and my thoughts became sluggish. I could barely form a clear thought when I realized the steps were getting closer. They were now right behind me. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I turned around, ready to face whatever was behind me, but there was nothing, only the darkness that surrounded me. Suddenly, I heard a soft giggle. It was not a friendly, childlike laugh, but a malicious sound that seemed to come from the darkness. It echoed in my head, and I couldn't tell if it came from inside or outside. My body began to tremble, and I felt despair take hold of me. The giggling grew louder, and I couldn't bear it anymore. I screamed into the darkness, but my voice seemed to be swallowed by the walls. The room was now completely silent, apart from my own racing breath. I was sure I was close to madness. Suddenly, a door opened on the other side of the room. A faint, bluish light streamed in. Without hesitation, I jumped up and ran toward it. My legs felt heavy, but I knew this was my only chance to escape. I didn't know what awaited me beyond the door, but anything was better than the endless nightmare this room brought me. As I rushed through the door, it felt as if I were stepping from one nightmare into another. The room I entered was in an even worse state than the previous one. The walls were covered with strange symbols etched into the plaster. It looked as if people had desperately tried to leave messages here. Some of the symbols were bloody, as if someone had used their own fingers to write them in a panic. A feeling of dread overcame me again. In the center of the room stood an old operating table, surrounded by rusty metal devices. The ceiling above was covered with mold, and the entire room smelled of decay. But it wasn't the condition of the room that troubled me. It was the feeling that this place had long been a scene of torment. I could imagine patients lying here, unable to escape, while doctors with cold hands stood over them. It was almost as if I could still hear their screams in the walls. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and my body froze with fright, but when I turned around, there was nothing again. The hand had felt so real that I couldn't believe it was just my imagination. My breathing was labored, and I knew I shouldn't stay any longer. Every fiber of my body screamed that I should run, but my legs felt like lead. I forced myself to move, step by step, away from the operating table that now looked like a cruel altar. The hallway before me was dark and narrow, the walls so close that I felt they might crush me. I could hardly believe that I would ever escape this nightmare. The hospital seemed infinite, as if it constantly changed its form to keep me trapped. Every time I reached a door, the path seemed to branch further, and the giggling I had heard before started again, this time louder and closer. I ran until my legs burned, yet I seemed to make no progress. Then, out of nowhere, I saw a window at the end of the hallway. It was small, but it let in light, real daylight. I ran toward it, my heart pounding in my chest while the footsteps behind me grew louder again. I knew this was my only chance, and without hesitation, I threw myself against the window. The glass shattered, and I fell outside. As I hit the ground, I felt the cold earth beneath me. I had made it. I was outside. The abandoned hospital was now behind me, and I took a deep breath to feel the fresh air in my lungs. But something was wrong. The air was not cool and refreshing, but heavy and sticky, as if the nightmare had followed me. I turned around and saw the hospital towering over me like a shadow. The windows were dark, and it seemed as if it was still watching me. I stood up and tried to clear my head. My hands were shaking, and my heart was still racing, but I was outside, or at least I thought so. As I looked around, I realized that the surroundings were not what I had expected. I was not on the abandoned hospital grounds, but in a strange, dense forest. The trees were tall and thick, and I couldn't see a clear path. The light I had seen through the window was gone, and instead the darkness was back. Panic overcame me again. How could this be? I was sure I had left the hospital, but now it felt as if I had been pulled into another reality. The shadows between the trees seemed to move as if they were watching me. I heard the whispering again, but it sounded muffled, as if coming from far away. It was as if I was still trapped in the hospital, even though I now stood in this eerie forest. I no longer knew what was real and what was not. I started running, with no clear destination in mind. The forest seemed to have no end, and the further I ran, the denser the undergrowth became. My legs grew heavy, and the panic set firmly in my mind. The thought that I would never escape began to manifest in my head. I kept hearing footsteps behind me, but every time I turned around, I only saw darkness and trees. The forest seemed alive, as if it wanted to lure me into a trap. After a while, I couldn't run anymore. My legs gave way and I fell to the ground. The forest around me was silent, but the silence was unsettling. I sat there alone, knowing that I couldn't escape this nightmare, no matter how far I ran. The hospital, or whatever it was, would never let me go. With time, it became clear to me that I couldn't simply run away from the hospital because it had become a part of me. It wasn't just a building, but a living, malicious entity that fed on my fear and despair. Every breath in this gloomy atmosphere made it clearer. The hospital let no one escape. I was not the first to feel this, and perhaps not the last. The stories I had heard about this place no longer sounded so unbelievable. Perhaps they were all true. And now I belonged to this dark legend. The forest I was in was unnaturally quiet. There were no birds, no rustling of leaves, only the overwhelming silence that drove me further and further into madness. The trees looked like captive souls, twisted and distorted, as if they had swallowed people whom the hospital also didn't let escape. My body felt heavy, as if the energy was slowly being drained from me. I couldn't escape the shadows, no matter how far I ran. Everywhere I seemed to return only to one point, the hospital. I sat down on a tree stump and tried to organize my thoughts. How had I gotten here? Was this really reality, or was I trapped in a terrible dream from which I couldn't wake up? But there were too many signs that made it clear to me that this was no illusion. The pain in my limbs, the feeling of cold that gripped every bone in my body, everything felt real. And then, as I stared into the darkness, the whispering reappeared. "You belong to us now," I heard the voices say as they surrounded me like a fog. I tried to concentrate, to focus on reality. Perhaps there was a way out. Perhaps this was all just a test of my mind. But the longer I thought about it, the more I realized that I had no control anymore. The curse of the hospital had seized me, and there was nothing I could do to shake it off. The darkness inside me grew, and I felt the boundary between me and the hospital becoming thinner and thinner. We were now connected forever. With trembling hands, I tried to stand up, but as I started to walk again, it was as if the ground beneath me would disappear. I felt everything around me spinning, as if the forest was transforming back into the hospital corridor. I was trapped again in the gloomy hallways, and the shadows were closer than ever. The curse had manifested, and now there was no escape. The hospital had finally made me its prisoner. The next few days, or perhaps they were only hours, it was impossible to tell the time, passed in a blur. I wandered through the dilapidated corridors of the hospital, without goal, without hope. It was as if time had no meaning here. Again and again, I encountered the same doors, the same abandoned rooms, and yet something was different. Everywhere I saw figures, shadows of people who had once been here. They walked silently through the corridors, their faces pale and empty, as if they were nothing more than shells. I tried to speak to them, but they didn't react. Their eyes didn't look at me, as if they couldn't even perceive me. It was a hell of isolation in which I was trapped. These lost souls, I suspected, were the ones who had tried to escape this cursed place before me. They had failed, and now they were here forever, like ghosts who had forgotten their former existence. Was that my fate? Was I also to become one of these figures, a shadow of myself, forever roaming the dark hallways? Sometimes, in moments of despair, I heard them whisper. The voices of the lost souls mingled with the wind that howled through the cracks in the walls. "Run as long as you still can," I heard a voice say, yet I knew there was nowhere I could run. The souls were everywhere, and with each passing day they seemed to become more numerous. They surrounded me, but they did nothing. They just seemed to be waiting, but for what? I began to realize that perhaps this was no coincidence. Perhaps the hospital was a gateway to something else, a place where the souls of those who couldn't let go in life were trapped. It was as if the building itself absorbed their despair and fear until they were nothing more than shadows of themselves. And now I was one of them. I felt my own mind weakening, how my thoughts slowly faded. Memories of my former life became hazy, and I wondered if I had ever known anything else but these endless corridors. It was a strange, gloomy existence that built up around me. I knew that soon I would also lose my own form. Everything I was would dissolve into the endless shadows of the hospital. Yet, although I knew there was no escape, I couldn't completely give up hope. Perhaps there was still a way, one last escape from this hell before I completely disappeared into the darkness. The last memory I consciously perceived was the sight of my reflection in a shattered mirror that stood in one of the rooms. My face was no longer what I knew. It was pale, empty, and my eyes had the same expression as the souls I had encountered before. I was on the way to becoming one of them, but something in me still resisted, a last bit of my humanity that desperately clung to the life I once had. I knew I had to make one last attempt before I was finally lost. I turned away and ran as fast as my legs would allow. The corridor seemed to change again, and this time I felt a strange urgency. The shadows behind me grew stronger. They seemed to be chasing me as if they wanted to pull me into the darkness for good. But this time it was different. I saw a light in the distance, faint, but it was there, a last glimmer of hope that I couldn't ignore. It was my last chance, and I would take it, no matter what happened. I ran through the corridors, my steps echoing through the empty hospital. The darkness around me contracted, as if it wanted to swallow me, but I focused only on the light. The closer I got, the brighter it became, and I felt the shadows retreat. The exit was before me, an old, creaking gate that led outside. I could almost feel it, the freedom, the fresh air, the warmth of the sun. It was all so close. But just as I reached the exit, I felt a coldness on my ankle. I looked down and saw a hand rising from the ground, cold and bony, pulling me back. The shadows had caught me after all. In a last desperate attempt, I tore myself loose and pushed through the gate into the open, falling to the ground. The fresh air filled my lungs, and I turned around for one last look at the hospital, which had disappeared back into the endless expanse of the abandoned grounds. Yet, although I was free, I knew that the curse would never truly let me go. For I had known the gaze of the darkness, and it would always find me again. It all started with a harmless trip to the mountains. A few friends and I had decided to spend a weekend far away from the city to recuperate in nature. We were a small group, and our plan was to explore an old hiking trail that hadn't been used for a long time. We had heard that there was an abandoned village deep in the mountains that no one had visited for years. The idea of seeing this place seemed exciting to us. It sounded like an adventure, and none of us expected anything dark to emerge from it. As we approached the village, the mood in the group changed. It was a peaceful day, but the closer we got, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The birds stopped singing, and the wind seemed to pass through the trees like a soft whisper. It felt as if the forest wanted to warn us, but we continued. When we saw the first old wooden huts, a strange silence enveloped us. It was as if the village itself was dead. No sounds, no movement, only the smell of damp wood and decay. I felt goosebumps, even though the sun was still in the sky. The houses were old and dilapidated. Some roofs had collapsed, and the windows looked like dark eyes staring at us. None of us said anything, but I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This place was wrong. Nevertheless, we continued, curious about what we would find in the heart of the village. Perhaps we were too self-confident. Perhaps we thought nothing could happen to us, but with every step, the atmosphere seemed to thicken. When we reached the center of the village, we stood in front of an old chapel. It was almost completely ruined, but the wooden cross above the entrance was still intact. Something about this chapel was different. It felt alive, as if it were the focal point of something invisible that was watching us. My friends wanted to go inside, but I couldn't. A strong feeling of fear held me back. I couldn't tell them why, though. It was simply an intuition, an eerie feeling that I couldn't ignore. While my friends decided to enter the chapel, I stayed outside and sat on an old, dilapidated well nearby. I couldn't quite say what it was, but I sensed that something was wrong. The wind had become stronger and seemed to come from all sides. But what really worried me was the sound I suddenly heard, a whisper, soft and barely perceptible, but definitely there. It came from the forest surrounding the village. I turned around and looked into the dense trees, but no one was visible. I told myself it was just the wind, but the whispering didn't stop. It sounded as if someone was calling my name over and over, but in a way that made the blood in my veins freeze. My mind tried to find an explanation, but my body knew something wasn't right. Suddenly, I saw a movement at the edge of the forest, a shadow. Too fast to recognize clearly. My eyes tried to follow the shadow, but it disappeared into the darkness between the trees. My heart began to beat faster. I stood up and called out to my friends, but they were still in the chapel. Their voices sounded distant, as if they were in another world. I wasn't sure if they even heard me. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. It was as if the forest was calling me to itself. My head spun, and I knew I couldn't stay here any longer. The cold of the forest crept into my bones, and suddenly I felt as if I were being watched, not by one person, but by many. Something wanted me to come. My legs felt heavy, and I struggled with the temptation to go into the forest as if it were drawing me in. But suddenly I heard a loud noise from the chapel, a bang, as if something heavy had fallen to the floor. I ran inside, the fear that held me back suddenly forgotten. What I saw inside, however, made my heart pound in my throat. As I entered the chapel, a wave of cold immediately hit me. The room was small and dilapidated, the roof mostly collapsed, and the floor was covered with debris and broken pews. But what really disturbed me was what I didn't see my friends. They had vanished without a trace. I called their names, but the only sound that came back was my own echo reverberating off the broken walls. The chapel was empty. Yet I had the feeling they were still here, but somewhere I couldn't reach them. An indescribable feeling of despair overcame me. My flashlight cast long shadows on the walls, and for a moment I thought I saw something in the corner of the room, a figure that seemed to consist only of darkness. I blinked and it was gone. My heart raced and the urge to flee became overwhelming, but something held me back. It was as if the place didn't want to let me go. The whispering I had heard outside was now inside too. It seemed to come from the walls, from beneath the floorboards, from everywhere. But this time, it no longer sounded like a single voice. There were many, their voices seemed to merge, whispering confusedly, and I couldn't understand anything. My body began to tremble, and I couldn't shake the thought that I had fallen into a trap. Was that why the village was abandoned? Had it lured others in before us and never let them leave? I could barely breathe the air, it seemed so dense. And then suddenly the voices stopped. The silence that followed was even more unsettling. It was a silence that weighed heavily on me, as if the whole place was waiting for something terrible to happen. In that moment, I knew it was time to go. I couldn't find my friends, but I had to get out of here before it was too late. I ran out of the chapel without a second glance back. The darkness had become denser, even though it wasn't even evening yet. The sky was gray, and the fog slowly crept from the forest into the village. My breathing was labored, and my heart hammered in my chest as I tried to find my way back. But the village suddenly looked different. The streets that had been clearly recognizable before now seemed like a labyrinth. The old huts stood closer together, and the paths we had taken seemed to have disappeared. Panic surged in me. Every step felt heavy, as if the ground beneath me was giving way. I called out to my friends, but no one answered. It was as if I was the only living person in this village. The houses around me seemed to close in as if they wanted to enclose me. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and soon I could barely see where I was going. But one thing was clear: I had to get away, no matter where. I felt something invisible watching me, as if the village itself had eyes. Suddenly, I heard the whispering again. It was everywhere around me now, and this time I could clearly understand the words. "Come back," it whispered. "Stay with us." The voices sounded like my friends, but I knew it wasn't really them. Something was playing with my mind. I fought against the panic, but it grew with every second. Then, without warning, a figure emerged from the fog. It stood at the edge of the village, right in front of the forest. It was not human. I could feel that, even if I couldn't see it properly. I stopped, unable to move, while the figure slowly approached me. Every instinct in me screamed that I should run away, but my legs were paralyzed. The figure stopped right in front of me, its eyes deep black, and then I heard the whispering again, this time directly in my head. "You belong to us now." In that moment, as I caught the figure's gaze, it was clear to me that it was not of this world. Its eyes were deep black, empty, and devoid of any emotion. It felt as if it was looking directly into my soul. My legs were frozen. I couldn't move. The cold emanating from it was unnatural. It penetrated me to the core. Everything in me wanted to run away, yet it was as if the ground beneath my feet held me fast. My breathing quickened and panic gripped me, but my muscles wouldn't obey. The figure just stood there, motionless, staring at me. Minutes passed, or perhaps it was only seconds. Time seemed to have stopped in that moment. The whispering resumed, clearer this time. "Stay with us. Don't go. You are one of us." The voice didn't come from the figure itself, but seemed to be in my head like an echo reverberating through my mind. My heart raced, and I felt my thoughts plunge into a vortex of fear and confusion. Suddenly, the figure moved. Slowly, it raised its hand, and the fog seemed to thicken around it, as if it were moving with it. I could feel something invisible reaching for me. An ice-cold breath brushed my skin, and I knew I had to act immediately if I wanted to get out of here. With all the strength I had left, I forced my legs to move. It was as if an invisible weight was pressing down on me, but I managed to take a step back. The figure seemed to react to this. It tilted its head as if curious and took another step toward me. Panic surged in me, and I turned around, ready to run away. I couldn't see it anymore, but I felt it following me. The fog grew denser, and I ran blindly through the village. The old houses flashed past me, their dilapidated facades looking like faces watching me. It was as if the whole village had come alive, as if it never wanted to let me go. I felt the figure's presence behind me, closer and closer. The fog made it impossible to see the path, but I kept running, driven by pure survival instinct. The voice in my head didn't stop. "Stay, you belong to us." The words echoed in my head, and I felt like I was losing my mind. My breathing was labored, my legs burned, but I couldn't stop running. It was a race against time, or against something much worse. After what felt like an eternity, as my lungs began to burn and I thought I would collapse from exhaustion, I saw something that looked like an exit. It was the old wooden gate through which we had entered the village. The fog was so dense that I almost didn't recognize it, but as I got closer, I realized that this was my only chance, but it felt different than before. The gate, which had seemed harmless at the beginning of the adventure, now had something threatening about it. I stopped briefly, hesitating, but then I heard the whispering again, this time louder. "You cannot escape." The voices sounded desperate, almost pleading, but I knew they had nothing good in mind. Without further thought, I rushed through the gate and ran down the path, back into the forest we had come from. The fog pursued me as if it wanted to pull me back, but I kept running without looking back. The The figure that had been chasing me was gone, but I still felt its presence. The path through the forest was more difficult than I had expected. It seemed as if nature had changed. The trees were denser, the branches grabbing at me as if they wanted to prevent me from escaping. Everywhere, I heard the crackling of branches and the murmuring of the invisible voices that pursued me, but I didn't let myself be stopped. My only hope was to leave this forest and return to the safety of civilization, but deep down I knew I would never be the same. The forest seemed to have no end. The longer I ran, the more I felt as if I was in a loop, as if the path was endless. My legs were almost giving out, and the fog seemed to thicken again. The figure did not reappear, but its presence was palpable all around me. My mind began to doubt reality. Was I really still in the forest, or had the village trapped me in a way I couldn't understand? Just as despair completely overwhelmed me, I finally saw daylight shimmering through the trees. With my last strength, I lunged toward the light, and as I stepped out of the forest, it felt as if I had returned from another world. The fog stayed behind me and the village was gone. Yet, I knew that what I had experienced was real, and I knew that I would never go back there. When I finally reached the edge of the forest, it was as if I had returned to a different time or world. The sun was shining and the sky was clear, a complete contrast to the gloomy, oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped me in the village. I couldn't believe I had managed to escape. I looked around to make sure the fog hadn't followed me, and to my relief, the forest behind me was calm. But deep inside, I knew that what I had seen would never truly let me go. I walked back to the nearest road where we had parked our car. My thoughts were still racing. What had the village really been? Was it a place forgotten by the living but claimed by something dark? Or had I just lost my mind? But no matter how hard I tried to find rational explanations, I couldn't shake the images of the figure, the whispering, and the cold that had pursued me. I no longer felt safe, no longer anchored in the real world. When I reached the car, I was alone. There was no trace of my friends. Their disappearance was not only a mystery, but also a nightmare that wouldn't let go of me. I got behind the wheel, unable to believe that they were simply gone, but there were no signs of them. Their belongings were in the car. Everything was as we had left it, but the village had taken them in a way I couldn't explain. I drove off, watching the forest in the rearview mirror, hoping they would appear. But the drive back was silent, and I was alone. In the days that followed, I tried to talk to the police, but they couldn't find anything. No village, no trace of my friends. It was as if they had never existed. The forest I had described was there, but the village I had seen was not on any map. No one seemed to have ever heard of an abandoned mountain village. That made the matter even eerier. It was as if reality had been distorted, as if I had been pulled into a nightmare that no one but me had experienced. But I knew it was real. With time, I began to think about what had truly happened. Had the village taken my friends because we had disturbed it, or had they left voluntarily for another plane from which there was no return? I will never know. But one thing I know for sure. Something dark lives in those mountains, and whoever goes there may never come back. The days passed, but the feeling of being watched didn't disappear. Even in the safety of my own home, I felt that the shadow of the village still hung over me. Every time I looked in a mirror, I saw something in the background, a movement, a shadow that disappeared too quickly to recognize properly. It was as if the village had given me something that would never let me go. I tried to live a normal life, but it was impossible to forget the experiences in the mountains. I began to have strange dreams. In them, I was always back in the village, surrounded by fog and darkness, and each time I heard the whispering. It grew louder, more insistent. I saw the figure again that had pursued me through the village, its black eyes fixing me. The dreams were so real that I often woke up drenched in sweat, feeling that the darkness from the village had penetrated my bedroom. I could hardly sleep anymore, afraid of returning to that nightmare. Then, the strange things began to happen even when I was awake. I heard the whispering not only in my dreams, but also during the day when I was alone. At first, it was faint, barely perceptible, but it grew louder with time. Sometimes I heard my friends calling my name, as if they were trying to reach me from another world. But every time I tried to find the source of the sound, there was nothing. I became increasingly paranoid, increasingly afraid that the village wanted to take me back. The worst thing, however, was the feeling that I had never truly escaped. No matter how far I was from the mountains, no matter how much I tried to distance myself from the experience, the shadow of the village was always there. Sometimes, when I listened in the silence of the night, I heard the wind passing through the trees, exactly as it had then, and I knew I was being watched, always and everywhere. The village had marked me, and it would never let me go again. One day, when the restlessness in me became unbearable, I made a decision. I had to go back to the mountains. Something inside me told me that I had to find the village again. Perhaps I could find answers. Perhaps I could bring my friends back. These thoughts had so consumed me that I finally believed it was the only way to break the curse that rested on me. I packed a few things and drove back to the area where we had parked that day. During the drive, I felt a growing unease, a mixture of fear and hope. As I parked the car and entered the familiar path, the forest seemed to thicken again. The air was cooler, and the fog began to slowly settle around the tree trunks. It felt almost as if the forest had been expecting me. Step by step, I went deeper inside. The whispering that had been in my head for weeks became louder. It was as if the forest was calling me to itself, back to the place where everything began. I didn't know if this was a trap, but I had no choice. I had to follow the trail. When I reached the edge of the forest, I stood in front of the village gate again. This time, it looked different, even more dilapidated, as if no one had entered it for decades. The fog lay thick over the ground, and the old huts looked like ghosts from another time. Everything about this place screamed that I shouldn't be here, but something inside me pulled me in. Perhaps it was madness. Perhaps it was something else, but I crossed the threshold and entered the village again. This time I was alone. No sound except for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the faint crackling of wood that bore witness to decay. I walked slowly through the alleys, past the dilapidated houses, where I had the feeling that someone was watching me from the dark windows. The chapel still stood in the center, a desolate shadow of its former existence. I hesitated to go inside, but the whispering that had accompanied me through the forest was now clear and insistent. "Come," it whispered. I felt I had no other choice. With trembling hands, I opened the chapel door. This time, I expected the worst. As I entered the chapel, a wave of anxiety immediately hit me. The room, which had been empty and silent on the first visit, seemed to have changed. The air was heavy and thick, as if it were filled with something invisible. The walls seemed to be closing in, and the floor beneath me creaked with every step. Everywhere, I felt the presence of something dark that was watching me but was not visible. It was no longer an ordinary place. Something sinister had taken possession of this room. In the center of the room, where there had previously only been debris and dust, I now saw a circle of old, dilapidated candles, all still burning to my surprise. The light was faint, flickering, but it was enough to bathe the room in an eerie, shadowy glow. Strange symbols, like signs of an ancient language, were etched into the floor around the circle. My heart began to beat faster as I realized that this place was more than just an abandoned chapel. It was a ritual site, and I had stumbled into something I didn't understand. I approached the circle cautiously, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. The closer I got, the louder the whispering became. It was clearer now, and I could understand individual words. "We are waiting, come to us." It was the same voice that had pursued me since my first visit to the mountains. The cold inside me grew, and I sensed that this was the point of no return. I stood at the edge of the circle, knowing that I would either find the truth or stay here forever. Then it happened. Without warning, the candle flames flickered violently, and I felt a movement in the room, even though I couldn't see anyone. It was as if the ground beneath me began to shake. And suddenly, figures emerged from the shadows. At first, they were just phantoms, dark, human-like shapes that barely stood out from the darkness of the room. But then I recognized their faces. They were my friends, or what was left of them. Their eyes were empty, and their mouths formed silent screams. The figures of my friends moved slowly toward me, their movements halting, unnatural, as if they were controlled by an invisible force. They were no longer the people I had known. Their faces, once familiar, had become mask-like replicas of what they once were. They had lost their color, their eyes were black and empty, and their mouths seemed trapped in a constant, silent scream. But the worst part was that they no longer looked alive. They had become something else, something I couldn't grasp. I wanted to scream, but my voice failed. My body was paralyzed, and I couldn't move as they approached. The voices in my head grew louder, the words merging into an incomprehensible stream of sounds. It was as if the room itself had come alive and was casting its spell over me. The figures of my friends, or what was left of them, now stood before me. Their faces were so close that I could feel the putrid breath on my skin, and then I heard it again, "Stay with us." In that moment, I knew there was no escape. Whatever lived here in this village had taken them, and now it wanted me. The air around me seemed to thicken, and I felt my strength waning. The figures of my friends reached for me, their cold, dead hands touching my skin, and I felt the cold penetrate me. It was as if my own body was working against me, as if I no longer had control over my movements. Suddenly, something occurred to me that I hadn't noticed before. In the center of the candle circle, beneath a thick layer of dust, something shiny lay, an old metal chain with a locket. Instinctively, I reached for it, and the moment my fingers touched the locket, I felt a wave of energy flow through me. It was as if an invisible force freed me from the grip of the figures. The darkness around me seemed to tremble, and the whispering turned into a loud, angry howl. I knew I only had a moment. With all my strength, I tore myself away and ran toward the chapel door. The figures of my friends tried to follow me, but their movements were slow and cumbersome. The howling in my head grew louder, but I ignored it. I ran through the alleys of the village. The fog was back, denser and more menacing, but this time I knew I couldn't stop. The locket in my hand was my only hope. I ran as fast as my legs would allow through the dilapidated village, the fog behind me. I couldn't see the figures of my friends anymore, but I felt their presence. It was as if they were still following me, as if the village itself didn't want to let me escape. Yet I held the locket tightly in my hand, and its energy seemed to protect me. The path through the forest seemed shorter than I remembered, but I didn't think about it. All that mattered was leaving the village behind me. As I finally reached the edge of the forest, I saw daylight breaking through the trees. The fog dissipated, and the howling in my head fell silent. I stepped out of the forest and felt the warm sun on my skin. The curse that had pursued me in the mountains seemed to be broken. I turned around one last time to see if the village was still there, but all I saw were the dense trees of the forest. The village was gone, or perhaps it had only retreated, waiting for the next visitor. I don't know what really happened. Maybe it was just a dream. Maybe it was something much worse. But the locket in my hand, which I still clutched tightly, was proof that I hadn't been alone. My friends never returned, and no one believes me when I talk about the village. But I know it's out there, hidden in the mountains, waiting for the next ones it will draw into its spell. Since then, I sometimes hear the whispering in the quiet moments of the night when everything is still, and each time I feel the cold touch of something calling me back. But I won't go back, not anymore. It started on a gloomy, rainy Saturday. I had been thinking for weeks about exploring the old factory on the outskirts of the city. It was a huge, abandoned building that had once served as a machinery factory. but since a mysterious incident in the 1980s in which several workers strangely lost their lives, the factory had stood still. No one wanted to talk about it, and the area was officially sealed off. But as is often the case, the more one is silent about something, the more curious one becomes. Despite all warnings, I decided to take the plunge. I wanted to see what the rumors were about. When I reached the rusty gate, I hesitated. The coldness of the metal felt almost alive under my fingers. It was as if time had stood still in this place. The rain fell incessantly, dripping from the broken windows of the huge halls, creating a monotonous sound that echoed through the silence of the abandoned streets. With a final breath, I pushed the gate open. It creaked loudly, as if warning me, but I stepped in, overwhelmed by a mixture of curiosity and unease. The interior of the factory was exactly as one would imagine, dark, damp, and oppressive. Broken glass bottles and old tools, rusted over the years, lay everywhere. The machines that had once been the heart of this place stood still, like silent giants that had outlasted their time. The floor was covered with dust and debris, and every movement I made caused a slight crunch beneath my feet. I felt the factory's cold slowly creeping into my bones, and although I was alone, I had the strange feeling of being watched. The sounds of the rain gently pattered on the roof, but deeper inside the factory, it was silent, deathly silent. It was as if the place was waiting for something. I walked slowly, my flashlight illuminating the dilapidated corridors and huge halls. But every step brought a feeling of apprehension. It was hard to explain, but the air inside here was heavy, almost suffocating. It was as if something was trapped within the walls of this place, waiting to be discovered, and I wasn't sure if I really wanted to find it. I had barely left the first hall behind me when I heard it, a whisper, very soft, as if coming from the darkness itself. At first, I thought it was the wind blowing through the broken windows, but that was impossible. It was too clear, too focused, as if someone was calling my name. "Marcus," it whispered. I froze. No one knew I was here. My friends had warned me about this place, but I hadn't brought them with me, so who could it be? The whispering repeated itself, louder and clearer this time. "Marcus." My heart raced. I turned around, frantically throwing my flashlight beam through the darkness. But there was nothing. Only the endless shadows hiding between the machines and the old rusty tools. Panic welled up in me. Maybe I had just imagined it, but the feeling that someone was there grew stronger and stronger. I had the eerie feeling that something or someone was watching me out of the darkness, silently waiting. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was just the wind, maybe it was my own nervousness playing tricks on me. But as I decided to continue, I heard something that made my blood pressure soar. Footsteps, slow, heavy steps that were not my own. They came from behind, from the depths of the factory, where the light of my flashlight could no longer reach. I held my breath and turned around, but there was no one. Nevertheless, the steps continued to echo as if someone was following me. I quickened my pace, trying to escape the sounds, but they seemed to get closer. My heart pounded in my throat, and I could feel the adrenaline rush in my veins. This is impossible, I kept telling myself, yet the steps were real. I ran through the dilapidated halls, past the machines that stared at me as if watching my every move. But no matter how fast I ran, the steps remained close behind me. It was as if the floor beneath me had come alive, and something in the shadows of the factory was playing with my mind. After running blindly for a few minutes, I found myself in front of an old workshop. It was a small room off the large production hall, probably a place where tools used to be repaired or maintained. I entered, closed the heavy steel door behind me, and leaned against it, exhausted. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and the silence in this room was deafening. My breathing was labored, and I frantically tried to organize my thoughts, but the feeling that I was not alone wouldn't let go of me. The workshop was crammed with old, rusty tools and machines that had been used in a long-gone era. A thick layer of dust covered everything. Sketches of machines hung on the walls, so old and yellowed that they were barely recognizable. But in the corner of the room, I discovered something that made the blood in my veins freeze, a chair in which someone seemed to be sitting. The silhouette was vague, but it was clear that someone or something was sitting there, motionless, staring at me from the darkness. I stepped closer, although every fiber of my body warned me to leave this room immediately. But I had to know what or who was sitting there. With trembling hands, I directed the flashlight onto the figure. It was a woman, at least at first glance. Her body was limp, as if she had simply sat down there and never gotten up again. Her face was half covered by hair that hung over her shoulders, and her clothes were old and ragged. I felt my stomach clench as I stepped closer. Something was wrong with her. Suddenly, without warning, she slowly, agonizingly slowly, lifted her head and turned toward me. Her eyes, deep black, empty sockets, stared at me as if they could look into my soul. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The air in the room seemed to vibrate, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I was paralyzed, unable to move while this horrible figure continued to stare at me. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it again. "Marcus," she whispered. It wasn't her voice. It didn't sound human. The whispering seemed to come from all directions, as if the walls themselves were calling my name. In a panic, I stumbled backward, almost falling, but I couldn't take my eyes off the figure. Her eyes followed me, empty and black as the night, and the whispering repeated itself over and over. "Marcus, you cannot escape." It was as if the room itself had come alive, and I felt the cold around me contract, growing denser and denser. My breathing was shallow and my heart raced. I had to get out of here, that was clear, but my legs wouldn't obey. It was as if the darkness had embraced me, holding me tight so I couldn't escape. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and I felt my mind slowly crumbling. Then, in a moment of pure panic, I managed to break free. I ran to the door, opened it, and rushed out without looking back. The figure remained behind, but its whispering followed me, even as I ran through the dark hallways of the factory. I ran aimlessly through the endless halls of the factory, every step echoing in the silence, but it felt as if something was running right behind me. The whispering was everywhere. The darkness seemed to thicken, as if it wanted to catch up with me, and the factory walls seemed to close in, as if they wanted to enclose me. My breathing was heavy, and my heart hammered so loudly that it was the only sound I could hear. The machines, the silent witnesses of decay, stood there like giants swallowing everything around them. Suddenly, the factory became more and more of a labyrinth before my eyes. I didn't recognize the halls, and the exit I had seen before seemed to have vanished. Every aisle I took led me only deeper into the building, as if it was deliberately leading me astray. I felt the despair growing in me, and the whispering grew louder, more desperate. "You belong to us, you will never escape," it echoed through my head. In that moment, I realized that I wasn't just running away from the figure, I was running away from the factory itself. Eventually, I stopped, panting and completely exhausted. The footsteps behind me had stopped, but the feeling of being watched was still there. It was as if the darkness itself was chasing me, as if I was part of a cruel game that I couldn't understand. I held the flashlight tightly, but the beam of light seemed to weaken, as if the darkness was swallowing it. Everything in me screamed that I had to flee, but my mind was numb. I no longer knew where I was, and the whispering in my head became unbearable. Suddenly, I heard the footsteps again, this time from all sides. It was as if they wanted to surround me, as if the factory itself had come alive. The shadows moved, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I spun around abruptly, but there was nothing, only the empty, black darkness that surrounded me. My heartbeat grew louder, and I felt my legs shaking with fear. But this time, the threat was different. It was no longer the figure that was pursuing me. It was the place itself, the factory that wanted to swallow me. I continued on my way aimlessly, hoping to find an exit somewhere. The air became thicker and thicker, almost unbearable. Every corner I turned led me deeper into the building, and I couldn't find the exit anymore. It was as if the factory was holding me captive. Every attempt to go back only led me further away. My body was exhausted, and I felt my strength waning. The whispering was now omnipresent. It accompanied me like an invisible shadow, driving me deeper and deeper into madness. I reached a room I hadn't seen before. It was a kind of control room, full of switches and monitors that had long gone dark. In the middle of the room stood a single chair, like in a kind of command center. But the strangest thing was that the screens flickered as I approached. A faint hum filled the room, and something slowly began to form on the screens. At first, I couldn't recognize it, but then I saw it. It was the figure that had pursued me earlier. She sat in the darkness, and her eyes stared at me directly through the screen. I stared at the screens, unable to look away. The figure staring at me on the screen moved slowly. It was as if she knew I was watching her. Her empty eyes seemed to pierce right through me, and the room around me seemed to feel tighter with every second. I felt my breathing quicken, and the cold slowly crept through my body again. I knew I couldn't stay here, yet my body seemed paralyzed. The screens continued to flicker, and the figure came closer. Then, out of nowhere, the whispering started again. Louder this time, it came from all directions, filling the room and penetrating deep into my mind. "Marcus, you belong to us." The voice sounded distorted, like an echo from another world. My hands trembled, and I felt my knees give way. It was too much, the darkness, the voices, the figure, everything seemed to be driving me insane. I had to get out of here, but the exit was gone. The factory had trapped me, and there was no way out. In my desperation, I did the only thing left to me. I ran. I ran through the dark corridors, not knowing where to go. My body was exhausted, my legs burned, but I couldn't stop. The whispering followed me, the footsteps echoed behind me, and the darkness consumed everything around me. It was as if the factory itself had decided not to let me escape. My lungs burned, and my vision blurred. I knew I wouldn't make it. But then, when all seemed lost, I saw it, a light, far away at the end of a corridor. It was faint, flickering, but it was an exit. I used my last strength and ran toward it. The darkness behind me seemed to roar as if it wanted to pull me back, but I ignored it. As I reached the light, I stumbled through it, and suddenly I was outside. The cool night air hit me, and the sky was clear. The factory lay behind me, silent and gloomy, as if nothing had happened. Yet I knew that I hadn't escaped, not really. Because even now, as I write these words, I hear it again, the whispering. It's always there, in the moments when the darkness approaches, and I know that the factory will never truly let me go. It wasn't planned, but as often happens in life, the strangest circumstances led us to places we never intended to visit. I work as a civil engineer and was sent with my team to a remote forest region to prepare for the construction of a dam. The forest was dense and untouched, and our task was to survey the region and take soil samples. No one suspected what we would find deep in the woods. As we traversed the area, we came across a series of strange, half-covered ventilation shafts. They jutted out of the ground like metal ribs. Curious, we approached and discovered a heavy metal hatch in the ground. It was covered with a thick layer of moss and dirt, suggesting it hadn't been opened for decades. Maybe an old bunker from the war, one of my colleagues suggested, and we decided to open the hatch. It creaked loudly as we pushed it aside, revealing a narrow shaft leading into the depths. An old ladder was the only way to get down. My instinct told me it wasn't a good idea, but curiosity was stronger. One by one, we climbed down the ladder. The smell of damp metal and decay hit us the deeper we went. The light from our flashlights danced on the walls, and as I reached the bottom, I felt the air thicken, becoming heavier. We were in a long, narrow corridor. its walls made of concrete, cracked and damp. An uncomfortable feeling spread through me, as if something was in the air that wasn't right. But none of us spoke it out loud. It was too quiet down here, too unnatural. We continued, and after a few meters, we came across a heavy steel door. It was half open, and behind it lay a room that was different from what I had expected. Old apparatuses, cables, and monitors lay scattered, as if a kind of research facility had once been here. The strangest thing, however, was that the equipment hadn't decayed. It looked old, yes, but it seemed functional, as if it were just waiting to be put back into operation. No one said a word. We were too shocked by what we had found. In a corner of the room stood a dusty shelf full of old files. I pulled one of the files out and leafed through it. They were filled with scientific protocols, but the language was hard to understand. They were not ordinary reports. The documents spoke of experiments, of behavior under extreme isolation, and of psychological manipulation. It was as if people had been studied here in complete seclusion, but there was no indication of who these people were or what had happened to them. I felt cold as I realized that we were not just in an old bunker. This was something else. One of my colleagues discovered an old control panel on the wall with levers and buttons. Without thinking, he pulled one of the levers. A loud humming suddenly filled the room, and we could hear the crackling of electricity. I felt my heart pound in my throat. "What the hell did you do?" I asked, but before he could answer, a faint light began to flicker above us. The monitors, which had been untouched for decades, suddenly came to life. A cold voice sounded over the old speakers. "Experiment 17 will continue. All subjects stand by." The voice sounded metallic and distorted, but it was clear. I wanted to believe it was just an old recording, a relic of the time when this place was still active. But then we heard it, footsteps. They came from somewhere deeper in the bunker, and it wasn't just an echo. It sounded as if several people were approaching us slowly but deliberately. None of us dared to move. We stood frozen, as if we knew that any movement would bring whatever was out there to us. Suddenly, the light went out, and the room was swallowed by complete darkness. We turned our flashlights back on, but they flickered unnaturally, as if something was influencing the energy around us. The footsteps came closer, and the sound of metal scraping across the concrete floor joined them. My breathing became heavy, and the feeling that we had awakened something that should have rested long ago was overwhelming. "We have to get out of here," whispered one of my colleagues, but fear had already gripped us. We tried to retreat, but the corridor we had come through was no longer the same. It was as if the bunker itself had changed. The hallways that had previously been straight suddenly branched off in different directions. Doors we hadn't seen appeared out of the darkness, and behind each of them something seemed to lurk. "This is impossible," I muttered as I tried to orient myself. But no matter where we went, every corridor only led deeper into the concrete labyrinth. The sound of metal on metal and the footsteps pursuing us gave us no peace. We hurried through the corridors, but it was as if the bunker was pulling us deeper and deeper into its core. I had the feeling that we were no longer alone. It was more than just the steps we heard. It was a feeling that settled in my head, as if someone or something was monitoring our thoughts. I couldn't explain it, but it was clear that this place was alive in a way I couldn't understand. As we continued, I began to hear something. At first, it was just a faint whisper, barely perceptible, but it grew louder the deeper we penetrated. It was as if the walls themselves were speaking to us. They were not clear words, but fragments of sentences, snippets of conversations that repeated themselves in my head. I wanted to ignore it, but the voices grew louder, more intense. They whispered things I couldn't understand, but which made the blood in my veins freeze. "You are part of the experiment," I heard, even though no one was speaking. One of my colleagues suddenly clutched his head as if he had a terrible headache. "Do you hear that?" he asked desperately. "It won't stop. It's talking to me." The fear in his voice was real, and in that moment I knew I wasn't crazy. We all heard it. This place, this cursed laboratory, had the ability to penetrate our thoughts, to manipulate us. I knew we weren't safe here, that we should never have come here. In another room we stumbled upon, the screens were lit up again. But this time they weren't showing old recordings or diagrams. They were showing us. The monitors showed us walking through the bunker from various angles, as if we were being watched by invisible cameras. My blood froze as I saw myself on the screen. It was impossible. How could this be? I turned around, but there was no one behind us, and yet the cameras were real. They showed our every move in real time. The monitors flickered, and suddenly the images changed. Now they weren't just showing us, but also the corridors we had walked through. But they were different. The walls were smeared with blood, and on the floor lay things I couldn't clearly recognize, but that were undeniably human. "We have to get out of here," one of the men said, but it was clear there were no easy answers. The doors seemed to be closing. The monitors continued to flicker, and the footsteps behind us grew louder. We desperately tried to find the exit, but every door we opened led us into another dead end. It was as if the bunker was constantly changing its structure, leading us astray and slowly wearing down our minds in the process. One of the doors led into a room that was completely empty except for an old, huge mirror on the wall. It was so clean that it seemed out of place, as if it had been maintained while the rest of the bunker was left to decay. We stepped closer, unsure of what we would see. When I looked into the mirror, I first saw only my own tense face, but then the image changed. A figure appeared behind me, pale, with empty eyes staring at me. Startled, I turned around, but there was nothing. When I looked into the mirror again, the figure was gone. I no longer knew what was real and what was not. The bunker was playing with us, and I could feel the boundaries between reality and illusion blurring. The footsteps behind us turned into the sound of running feet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something unspeakable was right behind us. One of the men suddenly started screaming. It was a scream that pierced me to the core. He fell to the floor, his hands clutching his head as he screamed, "Make it stop, it's talking to me." We tried to help him, but it was too late. He started running, as if driven by an invisible force, and ran into the darkness. The footsteps of his escape echoed through the corridors until they abruptly fell silent. We called his name, but there was no answer. He was gone, swallowed by the bunker. Despair spread through us. Something in this place wanted to keep us here, to break us psychologically. But it was no longer just the bunker. It was as if our own minds were turning against us. I knew I couldn't withstand this madness much longer. It was then that I began to understand what was really going on. This place was no ordinary bunker. It was an experiment that played with the human mind. It isolated, tested, and exploited. The voices we heard, the steps that pursued us, it was all part of a psychological experiment that never ended. The monitors didn't just show us our movements, they showed us what we feared. The bunker was manipulating us, forcing us to confront our deepest fears. I didn't know how long we had been here. Time seemed to dissolve. Hours. Days, it was impossible to tell. I just wanted to get away, but the more we moved, the further away the exit seemed. It was clear that the bunker wouldn't let us go unless we understood the game it was playing with us. But I didn't know what it wanted. I only knew that we wouldn't get out of here alive if we didn't find the right way. In a last desperate attempt, I opened one of the remaining doors. Behind it was no room, no corridor, only a white, endless void. I knew what I was seeing wasn't real, but it felt as if the bunker was mocking us with this void. We stood at the edge of the door and looked into the void. There were no sounds, no footsteps, no voices anymore, only this endless, crushing silence. "Maybe this is the way out," whispered one of my colleagues, but I felt it was a lie. Then, without warning, the image in the mirror in the room behind us changed again. We saw ourselves, but this time, they were not our current reflections. It was us, but changed, broken, like shadows of what we once were. That was the moment I realized that the bunker was not just a place. It was a mirror of our deepest fears and weaknesses, and it had already won. We never found the exit, not really. Maybe it never existed. Maybe it was an illusion from the beginning, just like everything else in this cursed bunker. Whatever happened here, whatever this place truly was, it had completely consumed us. Now that I sit here and tell this, I feel that I never truly escaped. The bunker lives on in my thoughts. The voices I heard back then, I still hear. The steps that pursued us, I can still feel in the darkness behind me. And no matter how far I get away, I know that the bunker will always call me back to itself, because what it showed us was not only what happened within its walls, but what we carry within ourselves forever.
On Halloween 2018, my friends and I were feeling the spooky vibes of the month and wanted to do something fun and exciting to satisfy our thirst for scary things. As the silly college freshmen we were, we decided to explore some supposedly abandoned places, hoping to see some real paranormal activity. What could be creepier and offer more potential paranormal activity than a graveyard? It didn't take much deliberation to know that this would be the place we would seek out. As soon as the sun went down and night fell, we headed out to sneak into the local cemetery after closing hours to get the full experience and not have to worry about other visitors. I have to admit, I had always wanted to experience something like this, but I was terrified of what might await us in that cemetery so late at night. There were always stories circulating about various apparitions people had previously experienced, sounds that froze their blood, ghosts making their presence known, and so on. Anyway, this was something I was fully prepared for. It was a pleasantly long drive, kind of, but I really wasn't in the mood to think about anything other than the possible horrors that were supposed to roam the cemetery for all eternity, or so they say. And, of course, the exciting fact that we were even planning to enter the cemetery in the first place. I was a nervous wreck, but my friends seemed to be much better at keeping their fears in check. Although I will call them Logan, Mark, and Eddie for the story, throughout the drive there, they were laughing and cracking jokes, not worrying about the potential chaos we might get into, or what we might find at this place. In retrospect, I should have known that their optimism was a bad sign. There was no way to explore this place without them being a little nervous, but what's done is done. A little after 7 p.m., as soon as the sun had set and darkness filled every direction the eye could see, we finally arrived. Parking in the main parking lot was completely out of the question because we had done our research before our little venture and found out that the local police liked to wait there in previous years to intercept potential explorers before they could get in. So we had a backup plan. The Royal Cemetery was located in the center of a dense forest that surrounded it on all sides, essentially forming a square with all the roads circling it. So we were only supposed to park at a restaurant that stayed open very late and had a huge parking lot in the back. We were to park as far as possible from the restaurant itself and closest to the road. This was in the opposite direction from the main entrance of the cemetery, so we thought this was our best chance to get in while avoiding the police. On the way there, we would walk across the street and continue a bit before reaching the somewhat hidden path into the patch of woods. This back route would take us a little longer to reach the cemetery itself because the trees were particularly thick and dense, but it was worth it considering the alternative. Finally, we found ourselves starting our trek along the agreed-upon path, unsure of how far we actually had to go before we found what we were looking for. It was a very windy night, and although it wasn't too cold or anything, I still remember my teeth chattering and my skin growing cold with every step. Apart from the occasional sound of leaves crunching under our shoes, it was dead silent. My friends, who were once very cheerful and enthusiastic, suddenly seemed too quiet and not euphoric at all. Logan, in particular, had a strange look on his face. Every time I shone my phone's flashlight on his face, it was a mix of fear and pain, as if every step he took caused him physical harm. But before I could question him about it, we finally found ourselves at our destination. We were in the heart of the city cemetery, surrounded by a multitude of graves and a certain chill in the air. At this point, we all split up to cover more ground, promising to call the others if we found anything. I didn't want us to stray too far from each other, but I also didn't want to look like a crybaby who didn't want to be left alone, so I kept quiet and began to explore. Most of the graves I looked at were weathered and exposed over time, so I really couldn't make out anything on the tombstones. The few dates I could read went back to the late 1800s, and a chilling feeling formed in my stomach as I realized these people had been dead and rotting in the ground for over 100 years. This realization made me extremely uncomfortable, and I started to move away from the graves, looking for my friends to see if they had found anything supernatural. And I was just about to do that when I suddenly heard it. Not just me, but everyone else heard it too. It was an almost imperceptible sound if you weren't paying attention, but given our heightened senses, it was impossible to miss. It seemed to be some kind of chanting, and sounded like it was coming from a clearing a bit north of our direction, visible ahead of us. I couldn't make out any of the words spoken, or if it was even in another language, but something ominous was in the tone, as if it were religious and the chanting was some kind of prayer. The voice chanting was deep and raspy, clearly a male voice, a man. We couldn't see him. The four of us shone our lights at each other to see our expressions, and in that moment, we knew what we were going to do. Although every fiber of my being told me to walk away, not even to think about seeing what the source of this chanting was, my curiosity overcame me, and I couldn't resist. Eddie whispered to us to turn off our lights completely, while we only dimmed his light enough so it wouldn't attract too much attention, but we could still see with it. We spent the next few moments quietly heading toward the strange sound. The closer we got, the more uncontrolled my breathing became, and it felt like my heart was beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. I was terrified of what we would find there, but was still very curious about what it was. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we entered the clearing. We were only a few steps away from this chanting, so Eddie shone his light in the direction in front of us, and for a brief moment we saw a figure cloaked in some kind of robe singing something on the grass in that same unrecognizable language. The thing on the grass looked like some kind of circle with a symbol in the middle, and I swear to God I wish I could tell you I was lying, but when I realized what the symbol was, I felt like throwing up. I wasn't wrong. It was a pentagram made of some strange material. Until Eddie illuminated the sight in front of us, I managed to catch a glimpse of the pentagram's material. It was thick and bright red, and honestly didn't look like paint. The first thing that came to my mind was the same thing you're thinking: blood. As soon as the light from Eddie's phone hit the back of the man's head, he immediately stopped chanting and stood still, looking toward the pentagram. The next few minutes can only be described as pure terror. Before we knew it, the man, who was naked on the upper half of his body and covered in a lot of strange symbols, let out a blood-curdling scream that shook us to the core. Then he turned around and started running toward us. It happened so fast that I couldn't even make out the man's facial features, except for his sunken eyes and an expression that radiated pure hatred. It didn't take much analysis to realize that he really wanted to hurt us. Without wasting any time, we all fled back in the direction we came from, running faster than we ever had in our entire lives. I couldn't even scream as I ran. I was too petrified to make any sound. Maybe it was a miracle, but somehow we managed to retrace our steps exactly, taking the exact path we had used to enter the cemetery through the woods, and finally emerged onto the main road, which was momentarily free of traffic. Fearing what we might see if we looked back, we ran straight to the car and immediately got in, locked the car doors, and rolled up the windows. We were gone in no time, and we didn't stop driving, about 20 times faster than the speed limit, until we were at least several miles away. Honestly, I have no idea how far or how long that man chased us, but one thing I know for sure is that we shouldn't have been there that night, and must have interrupted something important he was doing. I will never know what it was, and honestly, I don't expect to ever find out. We never spoke about that experience again after that night, and never again took a trip to an abandoned or cursed place. I think that one fright was more than enough to quench our curiosity for scary things for the rest of our lives. And I am eternally grateful that we all got out together and alive. Every night, exactly at 3 a.m., he appears with a flash of light in the darkness of the cemetery and brings the dead back from their graves. If you make a pact with him, he would take away what you cherish most. Signed by the necromancer. I read it on a wall as I walked through the city cemetery. Beneath it was a contact phone number and a location on the misspelled note. Definitely nowadays, when people would do anything for money, I whispered to myself. I don't know what I was thinking then, but I took a picture of that note and posted it on Instagram, and that's how it all began. My name is Diana. I'm 25 years old and work as a chef in a 5-star hotel in Boston. I'm always busy with my work, so I don't have much time for dating. But I had been in love with my best friend, Tyler, since childhood. He was tall, handsome, and had a sweet smile. He was also very kind and a brilliant lawyer. In short, he was perfect for me. However, he had a girlfriend. No wonder, her name was Layla. To be honest, they looked good together, but I couldn't help feeling sad about it. One night, Tyler came to me and said, "Layla and I broke up." Obviously, I didn't show it, but that news made my stomach flutter. He started crying, and I couldn't say anything at that moment because I'm really bad at faking emotions, and he would notice that I didn't regret it at all. Besides, while it always broke my heart to see him cry, I was happy and relieved that he was single now. Not that I wanted him to like me or anything, but seeing him with someone else hurt a little. I know that sounds selfish and greedy of me, but that's how I felt, and I would be lying if I said otherwise. We were standing in my front yard at the time, and my mother had just come home from work. Then she said, "Hey guys, nice to see you. Tyler, shall we have dinner together?" I replied, "Mom, I don't think Tyler can join us today." But as I spoke, he interrupted me and said, "Of course I'll eat with you. I'm starving. I had a hamburger alone for lunch, so I could use it." And he smiled at me. So we went inside. Tyler lives near my house, and our parents are good friends, which is why he and I have always been so close. After dinner, my mother asked him if he was okay. Tyler nodded and told my mother he had to leave. He thanked her for the meal and left. The next day, on my way to work, I saw Tyler and Layla standing outside her house. They seemed to be arguing for some reason, but I didn't want to stop. The least I wanted to do was not look like a gossipy or curious person, so I kept walking and pretended I hadn't seen anything. When I arrived at work, my supervisor scolded me a few times for being distracted. I couldn't concentrate on cooking. It was a mess, and I couldn't stop thinking that I had seen them back together, even if they were arguing, because that meant there was a possibility they might get back together. After I finished work, before returning home, I took out my phone and started reading the news, as I always do, to try to stop thinking about Tyler and Layla for a bit. But then I saw a news item that really caught my attention because it was very recent. It was about a girl who had committed suicide by drinking poison. So I opened that article, and when I saw the picture of the dead girl, I froze. It was Layla. On the way home, I called Tyler and asked if we could meet, but he didn't say anything and hung up. So I didn't press it. I called him again later, and the next day too, but he didn't answer. So I decided to respect his grief and not bother him for a few days. During those days, I went to work and came home to sleep as usual, but deep in my heart, I hoped to get a call from him. A few days later, my shift changed to the night shift, and one day, as I came home from work, Tyler called me and said, "Can you come to the cemetery near us?" After a long pause, I replied, "Yeah, why not?" I was surprised to hear that, as it was the same cemetery where I had seen the note on the wall. It felt weird and creepy, but it was Tyler calling me, so I decided to go. It felt a little strange that he was calling me to that place. My first thought was that perhaps he wanted to visit Layla's grave and maybe do some kind of farewell ritual, or that he simply needed a friendly shoulder to mourn her loss. The problem is that, as far as I knew, that wasn't the cemetery where she was buried. However, I let the doubts go for the moment as I headed there. When I arrived at the cemetery, I called Tyler to ask exactly where he was. Then he gave me directions to the exact spot, which was quite far from the entrance and almost reached the woods that bordered the cemetery. I did as he told me, but no one prepared me for what I found there. When I arrived, I saw 3 men dressed in black robes, and Tyler was sitting on the ground. I hesitated to approach, but I gathered my courage and walked on. After I arrived, I asked my friend what this was all about and who these people were. His answer shocked me. He told me that these people would bring Layla back. I was speechless for a moment, thinking about how wrong my friend was to believe that was possible. I looked at the men behind him who remained silent the whole time. Given my silence, Tyler explained that he missed Layla very much and had seen my Instagram post, so he called the number under the note. "Don't tell me you did that stupid thing," he said, frowning. He told me it wasn't stupid at all, and that if there was anything he could do to bring Layla back, he wouldn't hesitate. So I asked him, "And why did you want me to come? You know I don't believe in these things." He gave me a look I couldn't interpret at the time, and then he said, "I'm sorry, Grace," with a halo of guilt in his eyes. I didn't know exactly what his words meant, but I started to get scared, so I turned around and tried to run away. But then I tripped over something on the ground and almost fell. When I saw what it was, I almost had a heart attack. There was a dead body on the ground. It was Layla's corpse. At that moment, my body started shaking, and I was frozen in shock. But before I could do anything, someone pushed me down, covered my mouth and nose with a handkerchief, and I started losing consciousness. The last thing I saw was Tyler dragging Layla's body back toward a coffin. Then he said, "Necromancer, please bring my girlfriend back. I have already brought you the sacrifice." One of the masked men came up and said something in his ear, while the other 2 attacked Tyler from behind. After that event, I lost consciousness. When I came to, I was in a truck and my hands and legs were tied. I saw that Tyler was next to me in the same situation, but he was bleeding from his forehead. My head hurt badly, and I struggled to free my hands and feet. Then I saw that Tyler was also starting to regain consciousness. The truck came to a screeching halt, and I heard the sound of footsteps coming toward us. I whispered to Tyler, "Close your eyes and don't let them know you're awake." He nodded, and we both pretended to be unconscious. A man came and checked on us, then called the other man over, using very vulgar language. They put us on a stretcher and carried us into a building. This place was cold and smelled strongly of medicine. That's when we realized what was happening. Even though we were pretending to be unconscious, the men strapped us into wheelchairs, took us to an operating room, and a doctor walked through the door, put on gloves, and prepared to operate. Based on their earlier conversation, I knew they were going to harvest our organs and sell them on the black market. I panicked and was about to scream, but at that moment, I heard a familiar sound that filled me with hope. It was the police siren coming from a distance. Everyone around us started running. At that moment, I fully opened my eyes and saw the operating room door burst open, and a group of men in black assault officer uniforms entered the room with guns in their hands. A police officer came in and asked me, "Are you all right, miss? Can you walk?" I said yes, and he untied my restraints. As soon as I was free, I ran outside looking for Tyler. He was sitting near an ambulance, receiving first aid for his injury. After a medical examination and giving my statement to the police, I was escorted home by them. On the way home, I was told that the group known as the Necromancer was a criminal organization that had been tracking me for some time. These people deceived others into believing they could bring back their loved ones if they sacrificed a living person, be it someone close to them or someone they wanted. They did this purely for malicious reasons, as their ultimate goal was simply to steal the organs of both the contracting party and the sacrificed person. Tyler apologized to me for what he had done, excusing himself by saying he was going through a tough time, and the thought of bringing Layla back just blinded him. But there was no excuse for him wanting to take my life to bring his dead girlfriend back. Knowing he was willing to sacrifice me like that was truly very painful for me, especially since I was in love with him, and although I knew my love was unrequited, I genuinely thought his friendship was sincere. But this proved it wasn't. Not that I wouldn't have done the same to him. After that, I didn't want to punish Tyler in any way, but I asked him to stay out of my life as much as possible. And to this day, I have never spoken to him again, even though he lives 2 houses away from me. I live in a pretty small town, so small that we don't even have a Walmart or a traffic light intersection. But it's still my town, and I cherish it above all others. I've lived here my whole life and can say that the only thing that has really grown in my memory is the local cemetery, which they call the Garden of Heaven. I guess if I wanted to spend eternity somewhere, it would be a place with such a beautiful name. The cemetery has always been quite crowded, even when I was a kid, so much so that there was barely any space left when we buried my father. I remember someone joking that they would have to break his back so they could bend him and fit him into the ground, a joke certainly not worth a laugh. My father's death had a big impact on my life. I won't go into too much detail, but I was young, and it affected me more than I'd like to admit. The thing is, a few years after that, I started hanging out with the wrong crowd and wanted to be noticed and fit into this group of bad boys. I ended up in the principal's office so many times I can't count, but no matter what I did, it was still almost impossible to impress this group of guys. James, Malchin, and Tom, the 3 musketeers, as they called themselves. Actually, there used to be 4 of them, but Rob had left the group some time ago. I always saw them skipping class and running to the corner store to buy cigarettes. I was envious and wished I could be as brave as them. He didn't really know it at the time, but my father was dating his teacher, and he knew it, so he blackmailed her with it. We can do whatever we want, and she won't say anything, because if she does, everyone will know what she had with my father, he said one day. Malchin was quite a jerk, but I was young and stupid, so I wanted to be like him and his friends. So, of course, I would find a way to make them accept me. One day, I found a way to skip class and meet them. "Hey guys," I said nervously on that first day as I hurried into the gym after breakfast to wait for them. Tom immediately laughed when he saw how red my face was. "Look at you! You look like the father of all tomatoes! What the hell? Did you run all the way here as soon as the recess bell rang?" James asked. It might be cruel, but I was supposed to take the hit and prove I was a tough guy, so I nodded and said I didn't even bother coming to first period. They looked at each other with raised eyebrows and exchanged some kind of knowing look that I couldn't quite decipher at the time. "What's your name?" James asked. "Stephen," I said, "but you can call me Steve." "Well, Steve, if you really want to be part of the Musketeers, you have to prove you deserve to be here," James said with a certain sparkle in his eyes. "Come to the Garden of Heaven tonight after curfew. If you make it and pass our challenge, you'll officially be a member of our team." "How am I supposed to sneak past my mom?" I asked. "That's not our problem. You have to be there by 8:30 p.m. or the deal's off," Malchin decided. I told him I would come, and it turned out that leaving the house was the easiest part of the night. My mom eventually had to work a double shift, so only my sister was looking after me. I told her I would give her $20 if she didn't tell anyone I went out. "Where are you going?" she asked as I handed her the money. "I'm just going to the cemetery to smoke some weed," I lied to play the macho man while grabbing a coat. Running through town in the middle of the night was exciting. Only a few streetlights were on, and the cemetery felt full of different spirits. When I arrived, the way the moon cast its light on the gravestones was eerie and spooky, but somehow also sinister. It was also beautiful. I had arrived shortly after 8 p.m. and was sure the trio had abandoned me, but instead they emerged from behind one of the larger mausoleums, probably one of those built before the war. James whistled softly when he saw me, and Malchin muttered something that Tom found funny because he started laughing. "Wow, Steve, I didn't think you'd have the guts to come. See, I'm here, and even on time, so what are we going to do here?" James gave his companions a mischievous grin and said, "We're here to see if you're up for the challenge and fit into our team. So, we've prepared a series of 3 tasks for you. If you complete all 3 before time runs out, you'll be a musketeer." "Okay, I'm sure I can handle anything, buddy," I said, trying to sound confident and assured. James smirked while Malchin and Tom seemed to suppress a laugh. "I'll do it. Which one is first?" Tom pointed at the gravestones. "Do you know how big this cemetery is? It has tons of graves, and well, tonight, those graves are the safe zone, and the ground is like lava. You have 5 minutes to jump from here to the end of the property without touching the ground." "Done," I said determinedly. The trio laughed and ran to the other side of the gravestones, leaving me in place, and when they got there, they yelled my name, and the game began. I stood at the edge of the mausoleum, trying to figure out which path to take through the graves. Then I started jumping over them, taking long strides and hoping not to fall. I admit, I said a prayer to Jesus and begged for forgiveness for disrespecting the deceased this way. I remember when Dad died, I had actually danced on another grave, and Mom warned me never to disrespect the spirits like that. "You'll pay for it in this life or the next," she told me back then. As I jumped to the next tombstone, a part of the old relic crumbled. I stumbled, and I couldn't help but think at her words. What if she was right, and I was really awakening a curse by behaving like an idiot? Then I heard the trio excitedly cheering as I almost fell onto the grass, and it strengthened my resolve to win. I had to prove I could be the best, so I kept going. I made it to the other side in about 4 minutes, jumping off the last tombstone and even managing to do a backflip where they stood. "Wow, that was great," James admitted, although the other 2 didn't look too happy that I had passed the test. I should have wondered if they ever really intended for me to pass at all. "Beginner's luck. The challenge was easy anyway. Anyone could do that," Malchin said as he took off his backpack, opened a pocket, and showed me 3 small trinkets he had brought. Then he explained, "I'll make sure you don't get through here," Tom said, running back to the graves. Meanwhile, Malchin handed me a scarf and commanded, "Put this on so you can't see." I obediently covered my eyes with the scarf and stood there waiting while they laughed and finished whatever they were preparing for the next challenge. About 10 minutes later, they told me to take off my scarf. "So, Stephanie, you have these 3 items somewhere in the graves. You have 3 minutes to find them and bring them back here," James said, laughing. "It's Stephen," I corrected him, not noticing he was just making fun of my desperate attempts to fit in. James shoved me toward the graves and set a timer. I rushed to look for any clues that might help. I knew Malchin hadn't made it easy for me, but I looked for obvious signs, like the flattened grass from his footsteps and the imprints of his shoes on the tombstone. That way, it was easy to find the first one, which was in a bush behind a large tombstone. I followed the same clues to find the others, returning to them with the 3 trinkets in hand, again before time ran out. All 3 were angry now, and I didn't understand why. This was all just preparation for the ultimate challenge. "No one has ever passed it, so you'll be legendary if you do," James spoke. He led me to a part of the cemetery that had fewer gravestones. I recognized the area because my father was buried there. Then James pointed to an open hole. I looked down and saw a wooden coffin at the bottom of the earthen hole, probably in preparation for an upcoming funeral. I instantly felt dizzy, even before James explained what the challenge was. "Go in there, and we will bury you. If you can break the record of 6 minutes underground, you'll be in our club forever," James explained to me. "You want me to go in there?" I asked, looking down into the narrow space. "Well, we could call the whole thing off if you want," he said, kicking a few pebbles. "No," I quickly threw in. I was so desperate for his acceptance that I wasn't even able to assess the danger. I think I climbed into the hole before another word was said. Then I said, "I'll show you. I can do 10 minutes," I said excitedly. The boys exchanged a mischievous look with each other and commanded me to lie down on the bottom. I did as I was told, waiting while they placed the lid on the coffin. Then I heard the shovels and the dirt piling up. I closed my eyes and tried not to panic. "I can do this. I can do this," I repeated to myself over and over to encourage myself. My whole body was trembling, and I tried to stay as still as possible. Finally, there was silence. I called out, asking if they were finished, but got no answer. I waited a minute or so, trying to figure out if I had broken the record, but I also started to feel the oxygen in the wooden box running out. I waited a few more minutes and started banging on the lid really hard, screaming that I was ready to come out. I didn't know what it was like to be claustrophobic until then, but they didn't respond. More time passed. I was sure at least 20 minutes had gone by. The coffin felt cold and very dark. I hadn't realized how dark it was at first because I had tried to ignore it. Now it was all I could see. The space felt too suffocating, and I tried to scream, struggling to stay awake. My body was shaking, and I could feel myself struggling to breathe. Finally, I was on the verge of passing out, feeling the air escape my lungs. I was sure I was going to die. The next thing I knew, I was in my mother's arms. I was so groggy that I couldn't remember anything. She took me home and brought me some hot soup. My mother scolded me for drinking so much that I passed out. I looked at her completely confused. What was she talking about? She told me that my sister had brought me home with her boyfriend while I was in a terrible state of semi-consciousness. My mother told me she was very disappointed in me for engaging in such behavior and that I wasn't old enough to drink yet. From the way my mother spoke, it seemed my sister had told her she had picked me up at a party where I was with some friends. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and apologized.
Hello, my name is Anthony, and I'm a YouTuber who specializes in featuring serial killers and government conspiracies. Obviously, I won't tell you the name of my channel because I'm already a pretty big YouTuber, and I don't need this kind of attention among my followers. To be honest, I feel a little uncomfortable telling you this story because there might be something very dangerous going on out there. At the time everything happened, I was only 19 years old. These were my first videos as an urban explorer, but I knew I had the support of my friends and other urban horror explorers who had much more established YouTube channels than mine. They were the ones who recommended that I start my own YouTube channel, and since I was a very charismatic guy, they thought I would probably be successful. But I would have to create really good content from the beginning, and they would help me with that. That Saturday, we planned to conduct an urban exploration in a cemetery. Although I had a caretaker, the cemetery was really large, and my friends were convinced we could create good content with it. So we all prepared to go to the cemetery that night. All my friends had many subscribers, and during that night, they would film a video for their YouTube channels, which also played in my favor, since they would mention me in the video and ask their subscribers to follow me. I was very excited. That night was going to be my big night. At that moment, I couldn't imagine that my big night would turn into my worst nightmare. Before the exploration began, we all met at Ephraim's house for pizza. He had the biggest channel of all and was the one who provided the equipment for the exploration. I hadn't known Ephraim for 6 months, but during that time we became quite close. As soon as the time was right, we all went to the location. It was large, and we knew the guard spent most of his time at the entrance gate. The rest of the cemetery was surrounded by walls and large wires, but the cemetery was very old and neglected, so many of these wires were broken. We started pushing our cameras and recorders through the holes and then went in, one by one, until there were 4 of us inside. It only took a few minutes until we were in the cemetery. Honestly, I didn't know much about the place and had always dreamed of exploring it at night.
I thought it would be fun since we would be among friends, and that would take some of the tension out of the whole situation of being in a cemetery. But the opposite happened. We were all very scared. There was a very strange aura, as if something was wrong, as if we were disturbing something we shouldn't be involved with. We continued walking around, shining our lights on the frightening graves. The cemetery looked destroyed, and many of the mausoleums were damaged, revealing sarcophagi and withered flowers. My friends kept walking, ignoring most of the graves. They seemed determined, as if they knew where they were going. But it was Ephraim's attitude that stood out the most to me. He looked scared, but was still determined, and walked ahead of everyone. Suddenly, they all stopped at a huge mausoleum. "Well, guys," I asked, "didn't we tell you that we didn't just come to explore a destroyed cemetery, dude? This is the grave of a boy who was brutally murdered," Greg said. Normally, his parents would look for him because he lived far away, but that day, the boy left school early and his parents forgot. As I said, he lived far from home, but he still wanted to walk there. He didn't feel like waiting for his parents, and he didn't mind crossing dangerous places. And just at that moment, Ephraim stopped telling the story because something else caught our attention. "What the hell is that?" Greg said. We all turned around and saw something peering out of the mausoleum, a black shadow. We took a few steps back, very scared, but with the camera pointed up. "Hey, you should get closer," Ephraim said. "Why should I do that?" I replied. "You're the new guy. You should get closer," another one retorted. "I have to admit, I hate this," I said. But they were right. They trusted me to be part of the team. They wanted to recommend my channel and help me grow, so the least I could do was encourage myself to be like them. Slowly, I approached the mausoleum, and as I did, I felt that something I shouldn't be playing with was in front of me, but I didn't care. I just shut off my brain and kept walking, scared, but with a courage I had never had before. I pointed the camera into the mausoleum. "Guys, there's nothing here." When I turned around, I got no answer, but everyone was looking at me with an expression of absolute panic. I turned around again, and there was a strange figure looking directly at me. It was a girl, but she was dressed as a bride. Her face was completely white and very scary. Her body was covered in blood. I wanted to run away, but I was involuntarily paralyzed and knew I couldn't move. The girl ran toward me, and all I could do was close my eyes because the panic tightened every muscle cell in my body, and I couldn't take a step. I just stood there, full of fear, waiting for what had to happen. But suddenly, there was silence. This silence lasted a few seconds until I heard something else. Was it laughter? When I opened my eyes, all my friends were laughing loudly. The girl in front of me no longer looked so threatening. She was laughing too. Sons of... I didn't want to finish the sentence, out of respect for the audience, but damn, I thought it in all caps. It wasn't a ghost, not a zombie or a demon. It was Ephraim's girlfriend. The cameraman was also laughing loudly as he continued filming. In that moment, I understood everything. This isn't about me, is it? You're not doing this to help me. You just want to upload the videos to your channels and have everyone laugh at me, I said, feeling very stupid and also betrayed. "Oh, come on. Did you really think we thought you were that important?" James said. "You're a cowardly, talentless guy. Whatever. There's no way you'll become as famous as us." Then Greg stepped in and said, laughing at me, Hey, don't be so hard on Ephraim, and don't be so hard on us either. This will help you too. See, now they might laugh at you, but that will bring you a lot of viewers. People will love you for being a wimp. Isn't that what works on YouTube?" I walked toward him with the firm intention of hitting him, but something stopped me. It was a shadow behind him. While everyone continued to mock me, a grown man approached Ephraim from behind and attacked him with a huge machete. Ephraim narrowly dodged it, and we all started running, but the man threw the machete at us, and to my misfortune, it lodged itself in my leg. All my friends stood there, looking at me nervously. I know they could have reached me. I know they could have helped me, but they didn't even try. They all ran away frantically, fleeing the cemetery and leaving me there at the mercy of the man with the machete. A few seconds later, the man was by my side, pulling out his machete that was stuck in my leg. The wound wasn't serious, but it left me completely immobile. I tried to crawl away from the eyes of this terrifying man, but without mercy, he started stomping on my head, shaking it from side to side as if I were a cockroach. So, you like pranks? You laugh at the dead, huh? You film yourself and then laugh? Then I tried to answer that I had nothing to do with it, but every time I tried to speak, the man stopped harder on my head, pressing it into the ground. I saw your little friends filming and laughing. Did you know there's a dead girl there? My wife's grave is just a few feet away. Would you laugh at her, too? The man said, full of rage, raising his machete, ready to plunge it into my skull. But as I took my last breath, the most unexpected help arrived. The security guard yelled at him to let me go, and suddenly the two men started fighting. Although he did his best to save me, it was easy to see that the security guard was losing the fight. The psychopath easily took him to the ground and brutally beat him up besides. With all my strength, I lunged at the psychopath and bit his ankle as hard as I could with the last bit of my remaining energy. Given this distraction, the guard hit him with a rock, and the psychopath instantly vanished from the spot. Shortly after, the police arrived and horrified by the crime scene. The man was arrested for attempted murder and has not been released from prison to this day, nor do I believe he ever will be. As for me, I never heard from my so-called friends again. They blocked me from all social media and never spoke to me again. On the other hand, I did make a friend, the security guard at the cemetery. He saved my life. I visited him from time to time until I moved away. During these visits, he told me all about the psychopath. Apparently, I had seen him a few days earlier, secretly sneaking into the cemetery at night with that huge machete, looking for unsuspecting victims to attack. His true identity was never revealed, but soon after that time, he confessed that his wife was not buried there. He didn't even have a wife. The only thing that became clear to me is that you never know whom you might encounter or what they might do to you on any given day. Since that night, I've stopped being afraid of the dead. Now I know that the living scare me more.
Hello, my name is Paul, and I have been working in a cemetery for several years. During my time here, I have worked both day shifts and night shifts. I am now 57 years old and have also trained some newcomers to work here. So today, instead of one, I will tell you two scary stories about the cemetery where I work. When I started, a year after my graduation, I began with the night shift. The shift started around 4 p.m. and ended at midnight, as the cemetery closed at 6 p.m. I usually closed the main gate at 5:30 p.m. and then drove a golf cart through the cemetery to inform visitors that we were closing and they had to leave. During my shift, I had seen and experienced many strange things, but I never paid much attention to them. I believe that you attract what you focus on, and I didn't want that at all. I didn't want these energies to come any closer to me. So, even though I experienced these things, I never told my friends or family about them, especially not my wife Edith, who would be scared to death if she knew what I had experienced here. She is a sweet woman and loves me very much, so Edith brought me a hot dinner around 8 p.m. every night so I would be energized for the remaining hours of the day. Seeing her every night with a basket full of my dinner was the most beautiful part of my day back then. One night, after dinner, I walked Edith to her car. We didn't have children yet, but she was pregnant. When we were only a few feet away from the car, Edith simply stopped dead in her tracks and turned around abruptly. "Honey, what's wrong?" I asked. "Oh, nothing," she replied. I think I snagged my hair on a branch or something." "Honey, we're nowhere near any trees. They are at least 20 yards away from us," I insisted. "So tell me what happened."
She seemed even more uneasy. "Paul," she said, "I felt like someone moved their hand over my head and then pulled my ponytail," she said with big tears in her eyes. I knew she was about to panic. "Listen to me, baby. Why don't you go home now? I'll see you again in a few hours." She just nodded and drove out of the parking lot as fast as she had ever driven. I had never seen my wife drive like that in my entire life, not even when her sister was in labor and she had to rush to take her niece to the hospital. After that day, I had to do without hot dinners, as Edith never went to the cemetery again. But in a way, it was better that way. The last thing I wanted was for my wife to have a nervous breakdown because she had to experience the same things I did. The next story is about my first day of work at the cemetery. As a newcomer, I was given the morning shift from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. I still remember going to the cemetery for the first time. It was a beautiful day, with the sun's rays gently shining through the tops of the giant trees. Although the sun was already up, it was still quite early. Instead of sitting and waiting for the older workers to show me the ropes, I decided to take a walk through the cemetery myself. At the time, I had just moved to the city and had no idea about the cemetery's history. To me, it felt like a walk in the park. Before I could leave, a girl passed by. She was also new there, and it was her first day too. We had both applied for the job after seeing the ad in the local newspaper. So I asked her if she would like to take a walk in the cemetery with me. I don't remember her name. Let's call her Clara. Clara agreed to take a walk with me, and since we didn't know much, we went to an area with many mausoleums. As we walked deeper into the cemetery, just chatting, we saw an old man with gray hair peering out from under his strange hat. He was even strangely dressed, like people from the 1940s. He was leaning against an old tombstone, looking at a few graves in front of him. The strangest thing about it was that he was drinking coffee from a mug, but not just any mug, a ceramic mug that I immediately recognized because my grandmother had ones like it in her kitchen when I was a child and visited her. These were made by a local craftsman who died in the 50s, and they are extremely rare to find, and even rarer in such good condition as this one, which looked brand new. That stood out to me a lot because ever since the craftsman who made them died, they were never sold again. As Clara and I walked past, we waved to him, and he smiled and waved back. As we turned a corner, we both looked at each other and exchanged a strange look. "Doesn't that gentleman seem a bit strange to you?" Clara asked me. "Yes, definitely," I replied. "And what about that old-fashioned clothing and the coffee mug?" Clara decided to look back, and to our surprise, the man was no longer there. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. We looked at each other again, just shrugged, and continued our walk. When we returned to the main office, we decided to tell a supervisor what we had seen. The guy smiled and asked me if the man we saw was leaning against a mausoleum, dressed in old clothes, and holding a nice mug. When we nodded, he smiled even more and said, "Oh, that's our ghost. He has been seen many times by many different people in the same spot. He doesn't hurt anyone, he just smiles and waves at them, so don't worry." After hearing how casually our supervisor handled the matter, Clara immediately quit the job even before it had started, but I decided to stay and take the job. It turned out that the ghost we had seen earlier was a man who died in the early 1950s. He was buried there along with his family, a wife and 2 daughters. The 3 died a few years before him in a fire that hit the town. People say that he visited their graves every day, and even after his own death, he still visited his family's graves, just as he did when he was alive.